Good morning. This is Norman BK. I'm online.
Good morning, Mr. Begay. We can hear you. We're waiting for other members to call in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you all for being here with us this morning. Thank you to everybody who's on the call as well. Today is May 4th, and it's 9:22. We'll call the work session to order. Today, the Budget and Finance Committee is meeting to discuss external grants and funding that the Navajo Nation receives. So we're grateful for 5 of our presenters who will be presenting on the complexity of the Navajo Nation's external funding. So thank you again for the presenters that are here in person and everybody who's joining online today. We're going to start with a roll call. Could we take attendance today?
Sure. Sure, Madam Chair, roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. Work session May 4, 2023. Honorable Shanding Parrish.
I'm present.
Thank you. Honorable Shanding Parrish is present. Honorable Carl Slater.
Present.
Thank you. Honorable Carl Slater is present. Honorable Seth Damon.
Present.
Thank you. Honorable Seth Damon is present. Honorable Amber Kimmons-Bott-Crotty. Honorable Amber Kimmons-Bott-Crotty. Honorable Norman M. Begay.
I'm online. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Norman M. Begay is present. Honorable Lamardo Esseret. Mardo Esseret. Madam Chair, we have 4 members present upon roll call and 2 members not entering roll call.
Thank you for taking today's roll call and welcome members of the Budget and Finance Committee. And are there any other members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council also on the call today? Okay. Maybe if they show up, they'll probably let us know if they pop in. Before we get started, I'll give an invocation this morning. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for another day to serve the Navajo Nation and to serve the Navajo people. Today, we just pray blessings for the President of the Navajo Nation, the Vice President, the Chief Justice, the Speaker, and the 25th Navajo Nation Council as we all travel today and as we consider decisions that will improve the Navajo Nation and as a whole, and also the lives of our people. God, I just pray for guidance and wisdom, and we just also pray blessings for the presenters today that are going to provide insight into external funding for the Navajo Nation to give our committee greater, more information and current information, and also the rest of the council, so that we can continue to improve the nation. So today, I just thank you again for another day, and pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you. We're going to move on to item 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Members of Budget and Finance, do we have any recognitions today? I want to ask if Ms. Slim from the Office of the President and Vice President is also on the call today. I believe Ms. Slim was the staff member from OPPP who was assigned to listening to our calls. So, Slim?
Did you say Slim?
Slim.
Slim.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I just wanted to see if she was on the call today. Okay, let us move on to item 3. The purpose of the work session. Presentations are to enhance understanding of external grants and funds received by the Navajo Nation programs. Also, some funds cannot be spent and may revert back to the funding source. Orientation on indirect cost purposes and its implementation as item C2. Required reports for formulation of the annual budget will be provided as items D and E. Thank you, Ms. Alpay, for providing the for providing today's purpose of the work session. We're going to move on to item 4, receive reports. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different reports. And first up on our reports is the Office of Management and Budget. The topic is Budget Expenditure Report and External Funds. The presenters are Office of Management and Budget, and we welcome up Mr. Cordell Shorty. Okay. And we do have a copy of the presentation here in person. Mr. Shorty, or maybe Ms. Malcolm. Digital copy too?
He's going to send the digital
Okay.
copy later.
Okay. All right, members of Budget and Finance that are on the call, Mr. Shorty will send the digital format of the presentation. Okay, Mr. Shorty?
Madam Chair, Budget and Finance Committee, Parrish, Vice Chair, members of committee, members of committee. Also, the programs are asked to give a report to the contract Office of the Controller, and all those who are on the call. They've been like that. The report I will present is in this booklet, and as Ms. Naka indicated and Chair Parrish, the electronic format, that I will provide that after the meeting. And thank you for asking us to provide the presentation on the external fund. You will learn that there's a lot of funding that comes to the nation, and external fund compared to the nation, the external fund sources a lot more. So today, I spend some time to go over this. The cover page of the handout is overview and externally restricted funds. Report to Budget and Finance Committee, today's date. Included in the report, referenced by the first bullet point, is an overview of contracts and grants, and then the budget FMX budget expenditure report, overview on indirect costs, and estimated external funding projection for budgeting. Okay, the first page after the cover, this is just a chart of the Navajo Nation government as a whole, the 3 branch, and then also a chart on staffing on contracts and grants. We see the legislative branch, executive, judicial, and under the legislative branch of Navajo Nation Council and Budget and Finance Committee. The committee serves as an oversight to Office of Management Budget. Under executive branch is Office of the President. OMB is one of the division in the office under the executive branch. Dominic Bial is heading that office, and then Judicial Chief Justice. Under OMB, we have an administrative section. Ms. Tanya Associate, the ASO, and recently hired a administrative assistant who started last Wednesday. The 2 assistant and compiler this I appreciate them for this assistant. The sections under OMB is budget section, the contract grants, the section I oversee, management system, policy and system. Under contract grants, I am the contracting officer. Jermaine Jones, daily he's my right hand man. Since he's sitting to my left today, he's my left hand man. And he oversees 4 staff: Ms. Boyd, Ms. Tom Sandoval, Ms. James, and Ms. Arvisha as principal contract analyst and principal budget analyst. And Ms. Sandoval has 1 subordinate staff, Ms. Atine. The boxes that are highlighted yellow are the vacant positions. 13 positions, 7 are occupied, and 6 are vacant. Some of the 6 have been vacant since March 2020, over 3 years. Why? There's just been hardly any applicants. There's only been a few referrals during the reference checks on those that I referred, had gone through the recruitment process. We found out adverse employment record on those, so we did not recommend them for hiring. And then there are 6 positions budgeted in ARPA funding that our office was allocated. And one of the 6, as I indicated, was filled last week, administrative assistant. So that's the staffing on contracts and grants. Next page. This is a report on external. Before I get to the external budget report, I just give you some information about contracts and grants. This 2-page is regarding that. The date you see at the top, May 2nd, and this is when I started compiling this report, updating it for that matter. There was a report that was given by Dominic regarding OMB to this committee on February 27th. I had a report ready then, but due to time, didn't get to it. So finally, today is the day to do that. And we gave a similar report, incoming administration, December 27th. That's the day you see. So this report has gone to incoming administration and to budget finance. We also gave an overview to the incoming 25th council at Twin Arrows around the first of the year, I believe it was. Under introduction, pursuant to 2 instances, section 1203B, that's where the authorities and responsibility of contracts and grants is found. That is to coordinate contracts administration process for the Navajo Nation. Based on that, contracts and grants is the point office for Navajo Nation on communication with funding agency on grant agreement. The authorities of contracting officer, the position I occupy, is to recommend approval, disapproval, grant application, negotiate contract and grant agreement in accordance to Navajo Nation. And DOJ follows that authority and responsibility a lot of time. When there's question about funding agreement, then that question is directed to contracts and grants for response, draft response, for guidance, what have you, and the response going back to the funding agency or external entity goes out with my signature, and it's based on that authority. Also, CGS structure, we went over that in the scope of responsibility. I'll quickly give a rundown on that, which is attached. Externally restricted funds as defined in Appropriation Act. There's a clip of that description. The last line of that is special revenue fund includes externally restricted funds, which is defined as funds received by the nation from sources other than Navajo Nation for a specific purpose. And externally restricted funds include federal funding, state funding, New Mexico, Arizona, Utah provide funding to the nation, and to county funding. Navajo County in Arizona is one that I'm aware that provided funding to the nation. There's also funding from corporations and foundation, Boys and Girls Club, and some others, and even private donations too. And we developed a budget expenditure report, which is attached, and that report is as of March 31st, a couple months ago. The funding type, there's 638 contracts, the BIA money, IHS money. The contracts are on a multi-year basis. On the BIA side, there are 20 contracts. IHS, there are 3 contracts. The annual funding for BIA is around 100 million, plus contract support costs, it's around 120 million. And that's funding in the bank for the Navajo Nation. IHS is around 40 million, with contract support is about 50 million. So the 2 fund source combined, the nation gets to the tune of 180, 190 million a year. And these are recurring funds. It's called funding that comes annually. Then there's additional one-time funding that comes to the nation, a lot of money that comes to the nation. We're very fortunate. The funding is allocated through annual funding. There's a multi-year agreement, which is authorized by NBKIA. The term is 3 to 5 years. It's really a program and a branch chief discretion, whatever the term should be. And then that's presented to the NBKIA committee. The annual funding proposal is submitted annually to BIA, IHS, and those programs under executive branch are signed by the president, and then judicial has one contract that's signed by Chief Justice. And the review of the funding proposal of the 164 administrative review, and the funding there for a specific purpose called PFSA, that's purpose, function, service, and activities. So all this funding are for a specified program, function, service. And we check to make sure that the scope of work prepared by the program is in line with the purpose of the funding, and the budget further in line with the scope of work. And then there's also reporting requirement that's a part of the annual funding agreement. The funds allocated is based on available congressional appropriation. Congress is using the 23 funding as an example. The CR for first quarter of the fiscal year was enacted around October 1st. Funding didn't come till like February. So it takes time from the time the appropriation happened till the funding finally come to the nation. It's at least 3 months and even 4 months before we get the money. Funds available until expended. The funds deposited to the nation, they stay here until every penny is expended, and a final financial report issued by the controller to the government saying, this is the money that was given to the nation, this is how much is expended. Here's a report that shows it, certified by Ms. Chavez. Funds not expended a budget year is carried over to the successor year. So we're operating with FY23 dollars. What money is not expended by December, it carried over automatically to FY24 without further approval by the secretary, as long as those funds are used for the same purpose. The program program funding was specifically to carry out the scope of work. In addition to that, 638 monies include the direct contract support costs and indirect costs as well. IDC amount is calculated based on the IDC rate and by an amount of funding. And so based on that, then additional dollars, and then direct contract support costs. These are funds that are provided by the government to pay for costs that are associated with requirement by law. An example is if a program are required to have certification programs, and if that certification is at cost, then that's considered a direct contract support cost. So 638 money is the only funding that provides that additional funding, and this is in addition to the program dollars. Opportunity. Right now, we're on 20 contracts with BIA and IHS is 3, and the opportunity that those can be consolidated into what's called a tribal grant program. One contract between the nation and the federal government, and allocation of those dollars can be at the discretion of the nation. Self-governance and compact is similar. 638, non-638, Head Start is a major fund source, and then there's some other. Some are on a multi-year agreement. Head Start is like that, 5 years, and the funding comes on an annual basis. And submission of an application is on an annual basis. On some funding comes automatically. The nation gets an award notice. Here is year 2 funding on this multi-year agreement without the nation having to apply for it. It just goes through an accepted process. Most 638 are on a cost reimbursement basis. The nation expends its fund. OOC submits a reimbursement to the funding agency. The nation get its dollars back. IDC earn is based on non-638 donations. IDC is earned based on fund expended. Let's say there's a $1,000 award, 75,000 expended for that period. That IDC is collected only on that 75,000, not on the 100,000. So very important to expend every penny of the award so the nation maximizes its return on IDC recovery. Just a refresher on what is budget, contract, and grant. A budget, since we're dealing with federal fund, this is the definition I came across in the search of what the budget is: a financial plan for the federal award and a federal awarding agency, and approved during the federal award process. So on the federal side, as we know, the budget request starts 2 years in advance of the year in question, and it goes through the process, and the budget is enacted right around the start of the fiscal year of that particular budget year. Contract, the purpose of federal assistance is a legal instrument. I guess that needs to be emphasized. It's a legal document, a contract between the nation and BIA. So whatever's in the terms of the condition, the reporting that have to be done and what have, but the nation should be following that to the letter. And you will see that in the financial report that isn't always the case, as evident by funding not fully expended in the year allocated. Grant is the way government funds ideas and projects to provide public service and stimulate. Yes, funding from the donation is to provide public service, public assistance, and to stimulate economy, provide employment, to impact the livelihood of those eligible to be served. Terms and condition in the agreement, the nation accepts an award. It comes with terms and condition. It has grant number, amount of the award, the budget period. Most of it is for 1 year period. And the nation has to submit narrative report, the financial report to the funding agency and also to the nation. So the program has to be accountable to both the funding agency and the nation, and report how the dollars are being used. Awards are accounted for and reported in FMIS and they provide more information. All the awards are assigned a company number based on the grant number. And the budget within the award are assigned business units. So a lot of time we hear only of the business unit, but actually it's premised on a company number being assigned. FMIS is user friendly, as it's called. Program managers and authorized users prepare budget expenditure report. So back in the days before FMIS, OOC used to provide budget expenditure report to the program. But now with FMIS, those authorized users can look at what the status of the budget is day to day. As soon as transactions are posted by OOC, then they'll have up-to-date information by the authorized users. OOC and OMB prepares report to Office of the President on a quarterly basis, to the council, to the committees, and even during budget development. So report is out there already. So the thinking, the trust is that is used to serve the purpose in improving performance and carrying out the purpose of the funding. Notes on CGS. I already went over the number of positions budgeted, the number occupied, and the number vacant. The vacant positions have been advertised open until filled, and there have been referral, but the hiring wasn't done due to issues with reference checks, as I indicated. So I hope other callers, others are attending this meeting and hear that there's vacancy. Yes, we're hurting to assist them. The tier basis is called. The positions are advertised as senior contract analysts. If DPM determines that applicants don't qualify, then they can go down to the next level of the contract analyst series, which is just a basic contract analyst. If applicant does not qualify, Then there's an associate contract analyst. So these positions are advertised on that basis, but still there's no referrals. I want to also inform you that there was a partial shutdown of the executive branch for the period indicated, March 2020 to February 2022. OMB is deemed an essential office by President, and we had to be at work. The nature of the work that we do requires that we be in the office, and not telecommuting or not on an alternative. So although there was a partial shutdown, limited service, my staff were in the office. I think there's some other offices were like that too. The last item is office. We moved out October 2020 from admin building 1. We've been operating temporarily out of the museum since. Museum didn't have. I get people calling me, we're at the museum, just come to find out they're looking for me at the zoo. Just some humor. Hey, this map on the next page, this is just highlights of work that we do. It's a lot, it goes on. The goal, Mickey, that's the major task that we do, and the explanation and why we do them, what goes on. The blue indicates that these documents go to the administrative review process. So program plan, and they are head start. At the front end, they have to develop a program plan for the 5-year period, explaining this is the need, this is why we want the dollar. So that comes to the review process. Then based on that, the next step is agreement is entered based on that. And then based on the agreement, the application has to be submitted again. And then based on the application, there's the award. On the award, some of them, the funding comes to the nation without the nation even have to apply for it. It just comes. CARES Act is an example. The 714 million. The ARPA money, the nation didn't have to apply for it. It was just based on data provided by the President's Office to Treasury and the determination made based on that the nation received the money. Donation, the nation received it without application submitted. Then there's modification to the award. The nation awarded additional money or other modification that comes through us. Then there's service contracts, procurement. We have an agreement in place. The purpose of carrying that out may necessitate the nation retain a third party, a service provider, and that goes through the review process. Assign FMIS control numbers. I went over that already. And budget revision. Unforeseen circumstance arise which result in need to revise the budget. The budget formulation, the 638. Review compliance checking. We have an agreement included in the Form 2 of the nomination budget is contract monitoring by my staff. We take a look at the agreement to see the status of the funding, where it's at, and the reports are being submitted, and report that. So the staff does that. We participate in the development of the annual comprehensive budget. The single audit is coordinated through our office. A single audit really applies only to the federal awards, not necessarily state funded, CAUDIL funds. It's really on the state award. And in the single audit act, there's what's called a compliance requirement. There are 14 different areas that the auditor has to look at on the federal award to determine compliance. So the single audit is based on that. The indirect cost proposal is compiled based on 2 CFR Part 200. So I'll elaborate on that. And then there's meetings that we attend to provide technical assistance that we're doing. So I usually say the work that we do contract starts from the time we get to work, continues to 5 o'clock. Because we didn't finish, we come back the next day, continue that. I've been doing that for over 20 years now. Because I don't finish my job for the day, I have to come back the next day. background information on work that we do. The next section is expenditure report, the report that you asked for. I usually provide an explanation on the report. I do not just put report out there on expenditure and not explain what the purpose is and what it presents. So in this case, it's an overview on the budget expenditure report. The report that we're provided is on active external grants as of March 31st. In the Appropriation Act, there's a provision that calls for OMB to provide quarterly report on budget status of the nation. So, as I indicated, the other times we do report on grants to the president on a quarterly basis, oversight committee, and during budget development. The BER is generated off of FMIS. Data entered in financial information system is audited and considered the nation's official record. FMIS authorized users, be it managers, the accounts, have access to this. So the thinking from our offices, they have access to it, so they should have a status on where the expenditure is in relation to the award at the time the user looks at the report. And the determination is this is the award and the expenditure level, then action should be taken based on that. Our expenditures way back here, here's the status of the budget period. So what do we do to get caught up? So that the report should be used for that purpose. And the contracts are a legal instrument, as I indicated. So that's the charge for the nation to carry out the purpose and deliver service to the extent possible. Let's impact the need, let's address the need to improve livelihood of the beneficiaries. Let's do that within the budget period, 1 year period. Let's fully expend the dollars in that period and submit all the report narrative financial to tell the funding agency, the government, yes, the taxpayer dollars are entrusted to the nation that we're supposed to steward. It's serving a good purpose. And the narrative report show that, the financial report show that. And put closure to that. Shelf it. This grant served this purpose. At the end, that would be the purpose. Setup of award and FMIS. The award is accepted and related agreement based on executed agreement based on document review. So application goes to the review, the award goes to the review, at the end is determined sufficient. Comply with Navajo law, comply with funding agency law, good to go for setup. So that's what happens. A company number assigned, the business unit signed, and then the program to carry out the purpose. Insights on the budget expenditure report. The report is on active grants. These are grants that on which the end date had not expired as of March 31st. So end date continuing as of March 31st. It goes beyond. There may be instances where the end date of the grant has expired, but it's still considered active because the final financial report hasn't been issued by OOC yet. And a grant ends, and within 90 days, the final report submitted. In some cases, 120 days, and that's why, although the end date has occurred, it has not been considered inactive yet, because the final financial report has not been issued yet. The budget expenditure report presents a summary of total award expenditure, and then further information. I'll provide, go over that some more when we get to the report. Item 4C on the total award and the expenditures consist of all entries in the open commitment entered by OOC. There's expenditures that have to be adjusting entries done and other adjustment, and that's reported in FMIS. The BIR presents, there's a summary report on the BIR. It shows that there are 509 active awards, 509. and that consists of 1,718 business units or budgets. Again, there's a summary on the total award, expenditure, open commitment, and available balance. Column B of the report company number, we'll see that under that column B, there's some numbers that are the same, and that number indicates that that's one award, but yet several budgets set up under that, and that budget is shown under column E and referenced by business units. And the information under the business unit, column H, is prefixed by K and followed by a series of number. An example is K17 as indicated in there. It's shown on the report for judicial. It shows that those funds are from FY17. We're in 23, so it's from 6 years ago, and you'll see that a lot of business units are from prior years. And the end date of the grant extended and continued. Some grants are extended once, not only once, but continue to date still on the books. So there's provision in the budget instruction manual saying that if funding is not fully expended in the budget period, that is considered a performance issue. Why isn't the funding not being fully expended that year? If it's extended, continue to year 2, still not extended. What's going on here? The report shows some of that. Advice on using BIR. This is an advice that we usually provide during annual budget development when we provide this report. Expend the earlier year grants first, from 16, 17. Let's close that out and then move forward to the successor year grants. Improving advice on improving administration of award. This is continuing advice. Division needs to monitor the award, the reports. That the expectation is that there's division meetings where this report is reviewed, and then comply with the terms and conditions. We have this agreement, the narrative report submitted, or the financial report submitted, and so forth. If grants are not being expended, there should be action plan to address that. So that's an overview on the BIR, just highlights what it presents. The next page after that this is a summary of the external grant, sorted by divisions and branch. Column F shows the number of business units set up for the branch or the division. For example, on that row 25, there are 25 business units or budget set up on the judicial branch. 8 awards. The amount of award is shown in column K, the amount expended in column L, column M, open commitment, and the balance. And that's the case for the rest of the divisions of office listed under column K. So on the column F, the bottom line number is this 1718 business units of budget setup, and the company number 509, and the total award 4.7 billion. 2.2 billion expended, 129 million open commitment, and a balance of 2.3 billion remain on the books. Again, this is as of March 31st. The next page, this is a report on the by business units and sorted by branch and division once again. At the top of the page is a legend and the information provided in the columns. Column A is this an index number. Column B is the company number. On column B, I explained earlier that there's the same number, row 7 to 18, the same number shown, 4446, that indicates an award or agreement, one agreement. And then the business unit set up under that award is shown under column H. So this is the report on judicial. The page numbers are on the right-hand side at the bottom of the page, 1 of 36, the judicial branch awards. And you'll note that some of these have zero expenditure. Row 5, this is a grant from Justice Services, funding from 2018. The amount in column K, zero expended in the balance. Another one is 2 rows back, this amount. One of the reasons is USDOJ came out, I forget what the year was, 2016, somewhere around there, and did an audit on, at the time, Obama administration funding, I forget what era funding, I think it was called American Recovery Act funding. They did an audit, and there were some findings. Because of that finding, there was a special condition imposed by USDOJ that these awards cannot be expended on hold since then. So some of these grants that show zero expenditure are due to that. The next series of business units starts at the bottom of page 1 of 36 and goes to the top. These are funds allocated through executive office. As you'll see on the column E, this is ARPA money that was allocated to programs and office under President's office to assist with carrying out the purpose of ARPA funding, contract support cost funding, it's called. Grant set up under the Attorney General is shown at the top of the page 2 of 36. The next here is funding for OMB, set up under OMB. It starts at the top of page 2, continue to the next page down at the bottom. These are contracts to support cost funding, indirect cost funding allocated to the nation for the programs listed in column I, separate business unit, and all of these are put under OMB account. The total contract support cost funding is shown on page 3 of 36. K, 50 million, 43 has been expended, 132,000 encumbered, 7 million. So these funds are accounted for as earned based on expenditure of the grant, like I said. Funding program dollars allocated to the program, and that's expended, then the IDC earn is calculated based on that. So balance is shown in column D indicates there's still some program monies for on those 638 programs for that year. As a result, the indirect cost dollars have not been fully accounted for. The next series of grant is for Office of the Controller. Down at the bottom of page 3, these are ARPA money allocated to programs under OOC to assist with the administration of ARPA funding. So then the report on the rest of the divisions is included in here, starting from 4 all the way to page 36. We can just any questions on that. So just leave it at that for review. When you have time, you can address any question if that's okay. So we can continue with the orientation on indirect cost tab. Okay, orientation on indirect cost, budget and finance committee. The last overview I did on this topic was to LOC March 14, 2021. There hasn't been request since. So this is the first since almost 2 years ago. The last overview I did. Contract support costs. Contract are activities, service function provided on external for budgeting. OMB, accounting, it's OOC, personnel, DPN, procurement, under OOC, policy making, this is where legislators come in, council, the committees, reporting that OOC does, monitoring that our office does. Those are functions to support contracts. and there's a cost associated with that. The cost of that is the contract support cost. Definition on what is indirect cost is found in 2 CFR Part 200. Super circular used to be called, and now it's referred to as uniform guidance, and definition of cost objective. Governing rule on IDC. The main policy or regulation is the 2 CFR Part 200, uniform administrative requirement, cost principle, and audit requirement of the federal awards. The most common reference to that is uniform guidance. There used to be a cost principle circular and audit, single audit circular, and all of those combined into one publication, and that's the 2 CFR Part 200. I refer to as uniform guidance. In that guidance, it calls for a requirement an IDC rate proposal be submitted. And that proposal is to be negotiated with the federal cognizant agency. Department of Interior serves as the federal cognizant agency for the nomination. How is that determined? Back in the days when DOI was determined to be the cognizant agency, funding coming from DOI compared to all other federal agencies had energy, education. By far, the funding coming from DOI was the highest amount. Based on that, DOI is considered the cognizant agency. DOI contracts with Business Interior Center to negotiate IDC rate. And when the rate is approved, that's offered to the nation in form of IDC negotiation agreement. When that is executed, then that sets the IDC rate. BIA and IHS contract support cost policy, the 2608 program policy. Basically, all that policy, it outlines the manner federal government should distribute contract support cost funding. Congress appropriates money to the contract support cost, then the manner it should be allocated to the tribe is included. And the neighborhood nation, there's provision in Title II, Section 701, that the BIA committee review and approve negotiation and setting of IDC rate. So when the nation is offered approved IDC rate, it goes to the review, and that is presented for another BIA committee to accept. And when that's accepted, then the nation begins to use that. So provision in Title II. The budget instruction manual has procedures and budgeting for IDC recovery. I'll go over that some more and have some examples on that. IDC service tracking policy procedure. It was adopted by Budget and Finance Committee in 2010 by the resolution referenced there. One of the procedure or requirement is in order for a program to qualify to be in the IDC pool, as you call it, a central service provider, then that the employees of that program or official should assist with more than one contracts and grants, and salaries of those individuals are paid for non-relation funds. So employees whose salary paid by non-relation fund, general fund, so those are eligible for IDC to be in IDC pool. External grant funds, there's a misnomer. Some program in the past that said, we bring in this much external fund, but we don't get an IDC allocation. Well, the funding, you get direct funding that's to cover the service provided for here and now. That grant, therefore, you don't get IDC. The status on the nation's indirect cost rate and proposal. Column B is the fiscal year. We're currently in fiscal year 23, which is for a period that started last October to at the end of September. The approved rate is 12.59, which not only happens to be the latest, but it's the current rate. There was time when the nation did not have a current rate specific to that year, but we've addressed that. So we have a current rate. there was a contract support cost work group meeting, and some tribes don't have current IDC rate going back years. Considering the size of the nation, and those tribes, the nation have a current rate that's a plus. The 24 fiscal year coming up to start this fall, the proposal has been prepared already, and that's the rate 1402. The proposal submitted to IBC on May 1st. I hope that not only approved prior to 10/1, but the agreement executed by 10/1. We have another current rate in place for use to collect IDC. Negotiating and setting IDC rate. What's the process on that? How do we do that? The proposal, again, is prepared based on guidance and instruction in the uniform guidance. It's based on audited expenditures. For the FY23 proposal, it was based on audited expenditures of the FY20. It's all expenditures, general fund, external grant. Everything expended is reported in the audit. That's what it is based on. Then for the programs and the cost pool, budget finance, nomination council, and EFT, we have to justify and provide explanation how these entities assist with administration of contracts and grants. Budget and finance, the explanation is they oversee central service providers, OMB, OOC, and some other programs, and then here reports on external grant, assist with policy making on external grant, based on the considered to be in the pool 50%. So that's the written explanation. And there are 60 programs in the IDC pool. So on all 60 programs, the nation has to provide explanation how those programs are providing support services to external grants. Setting the rate, how is that done? The nation used the services of a consultant, management consulting group, Brett Schreier. It used to be based in Kansas, but they moved their operation to Cincinnati. And the financial report is sent to him, does the number crunching, gives us a proposal. And that proposal is reviewed by the nation's IDC group, which consists of representatives. All of three of us sitting at the table are part of that. Jermaine is representing CGS, and myself, OOC, Ms. Chavez and her staff. Department of Justice is usually Mel, and then President's office involved. Previous President Nance was always involved in reviewing the proposal, and he usually provides some good observation. In the development of FY24 proposal would include President Migran and his staff to take a look. Proposal accepted by the nation. We review it, determine it's sufficient. We tell our consultant submitted that happens. The submission is to IBC. IBC reviews it and gives us an approved rate for acceptance, and that goes to the 164 review. And at the end, after action by NABIC, is signed by the president, and then we return to IBC for final signature. What comes back, the executed agreement, the rate included in there is implemented for use. There was discussions previously with DOJ regarding collecting IDC on state and counties. Determination is IDC is a federal requirement based on the 2 CFR Part 200, and the funding agreement in the federal award reference that the circular. On the state, there's really no requirement. So DOJ determination is on federal award we have to include IDC, but on the state, if the state funding agencies allow, okay, but if they say you cannot do it, then that's just the way it goes. So on the authority of the BIA, there's provision for waiver. If federal award does not allow IDC, then that's when a waiver is necessary. The other time is if federal award allow only 10%, which is the case administration, but the IDC exceeds that, then we can only collect IDC or include IDC to that percent that calls for another year to waiver too. That rarely happens though. Formula on IDC determination. How is the rate determined? I spoke about audited expenditures, the total expenditure, and then there's pass-throughs, it's called. It's maybe for equipment, capital purchase, third-party contracts, and the simple reference to that is any activity that calls for minimal administration in carrying out the purpose. Those costs are considered exclusion, and that results in the IDC base. Now, the IDC pool, program expenditure, OMB, we have a budget of 2 million. We're in the cost pool, so all of that at 100%, all of that 2 million is considered to be related to IDC. And then, so all IDC expenditures, there's an amount that I'll refer to. Total IDC expenditure divided by the total base, the percent becomes the IDC rate. I'll elaborate on that. Program and expenses in the IDC pool. Program that are IDC pool, how is the amount they're allocated determined the amount of recovery? That's the item 4 and 5 is regarding that. It's better to provide explanation on that based on an attachment. So I'll get to that. Purpose and use of IDC rate by the nation. It's to budget for recovery of IDC and application and award. And the check is done during the review of application and also the award. In the bin, there's a sample calculation sheet, we call it, the program, fill in the numbers, and based on that, it provides the amount that should be included for IDC recovery. As I explained, on the 638, it's additional funding beyond the program dollars. An example is a $100,000 award. The IDC base is 90, but there's an exclusion of 10,000. So the IDC is determined based on that 90,000. The current rate is 12.59%. So calculation is $11,000. So that 11,000 is added to the $100,000 award. So the nation or the program would be awarded that amount. So additional funding. On the non-638, the amount is included in the award. An example is $100,000 award. The base is 90,000. The IDC, again, using that 90,000 as a base is 11,000. So 11,000 has to be for IDC, and the amount remaining, the 88,000, has to be for program dollars. So on the 638 side, it's additional dollars. On the non-638, it comes out of the total award. Check is done during administrative review, like I said. Recovery of IDC funds. We have submitted an application, there's an award. Purpose of the work being carried out, then recovery is done based on actual expenditure. When award is not expended, then the nation did not get a share. So very important to expend every dollar of the award. OOC does the calculation on a monthly, quarterly basis and do the recovery based on that. Result of the recovery reported at FMIS, and there's a grant award and the amount recovered is reported in FMIS for those business units. Projection for FY23, this is a part of the budget process. We estimated 23 million would be the amount, and the amount of grant that will be available for the year times the rate in place. The result of that is what we base the projection on. Amount allocated of the 23 million projection, how is that allocated to the programs and the cost pool? There's a table included in here that shows that. The next page, other information on contract support and IDC. the rate used to cover IDC funds is very, most federal award, I would say, use a negotiated rate, approved rate, and for the FY23 is 12.59. Some, there's a cap on it, like New Mexico State, they allow IDC, but the cap is only 5%. That's the maximum the nation can collect IDC. Some of the New Mexico State funding service bonds, they don't allow IDC. So in the authority of the BIA, the waiver portion is that there has to be arrangement made by the program, the loss on IDC. What should IDC amount the nation should receive? If it's not collected because the funding agency does not, there should be arrangement made. How do we do that? The nation really hasn't done that. So should there be a separate appropriation for IDC? So OOC and OMB, the rest of the program, will more dollars to work with. That really hasn't happened. Waiver, I explained that. So what needs to happen to the nation to maximize recovery on IDC? Let's complete the purpose of the funding within the term of the budget. Some national activity and contract support, as I call it. The BIA and IHS, there's work group. I served on the BIA work group since I started work in the early 2000s. The work group was established for the first time at that time. I served on the work group. The work group developed policy. The BIA on the IHS side, previously it was president and DOH executive director. Right now, with the change in administration, the nation's representative on that work group has not been designated yet. But BIA, I'm the primary, and Rachel of my staff is the alternate. 2012, Salazar Raymond Navajo U.S. Supreme Court case ruled that federal government, including must pay contracts in $4. So the nation receives allocation of funding from BIA, and we have to give BIA a report. This is the money you gave us. This is how the budget. BIA does a calculation and determine the need on it. This is the need for contract support. And the allocation of IDC and direct contract support cost funding is based on available funding. So the amount of funding the nation receives around 95% of the need. So it's not complying with this Supreme Court ruling that the tribe should be given 100% of the need. And this report is given to BIA Central, TPIC, and TPIC is supposed to go to bat on behalf of the tribe to make sure the tribe get 100% of the contract support cost funding, and advocate that, lobby the Congress that really doesn't happen. So that the government hasn't lived up to this Supreme Court decision that the tribe get 100% of the contract support cost funding.
Say that again, sir? They haven't lived up to that? Thank you.
The next page is just to show that contract support costs as approved by IBC and DOI and the related agreement executed and implementation of that. Memo of December 2nd by Dominic to external funded grant programs, advising them to use that rate in applying for federal awards or external grant, and also the award reflecting that. So the nation gets a share of the contract support cost in implementing that award. The next page is first page of the agreement by DOI and the Indirect Cost Negotiation Agreement. The nation was offered this rate indicated November 8, 2022. And then information on the rate is in the middle of the page in the box, the block, the effective date and the end date and the rate. And the next page has general information on it, on the rate. 6, page 7, continuation. And the last page, this is the agreement signed by the President Jonathan Manager, the nation's representative, and DOI. So this was signed, executed 11/29/2022. The next page is the resolution by which the KFC accepted the rate and further authorized the president to sign the negotiation agreement and execute it for use and implementation by the nation. The KFK committee resolution. This resolution was signed by Speaker March 1st. The offer of the rate was made in November. So November, December, January, February, about 3 months later, we took action. So one of the question or request inquiry by this committee, how can BNF help to expedite and streamline some of the processes? So that this would be one area. The next page is a review sheet of that, under which the packet on IDC rate offer and execution of the same was put in a review process. We started a review as indicated at the upper right-hand page, November 7th. The last name by the President's office in December, and action taken by NABI until March. The next page, this is a table on programs that are in the IDC pool as a reference, listed in column B, the business units in column C. Column D is the amount of indirect costs is determined in review of FY 2020 expenditures. Okay, the number shown in here is based on FY 22 IDC rate, which was based on FY 19 expenditure, is shown under column D and E. So in that audit report, FY 19 report, that shows, go to the second page of that table, down at, under column D, it shows the total indirect cost expenditure determined in the review of the financial report is 52.6 million. So that's the base, and the total expenditure, I forget what it was. So the math on that, the total IDC amount times the total expenditure, the result of that is the IDC rate. So the amount shown in column B is the amount of IDC portion for those business centers, and then the percent in column D, that's 668 for the council IDC amount, divided by the total IDC amount of 52.6 million. That's the result, 0.01. So that amount, the percent shown, is used to determine the program share of the $23 million projection. So that amount times 23,291,000 is allocated to the council. So the 23 is the projected recovery for this year. One goal is to make that be met. Second is hope that's exceeded. When that happens, based on budget instruction manual, when the recovery is met and exceeded, the additional recovery is available for distribution to programs in the cost pool. So again, all of that is based on how well the program perform and expend external grant. The higher the expenditure, then the recovery on IDC should be high. Not only the 23 million projection met, but exceeded, and that is additional operating source for the programs. So that's an overview on indirect costs.
Yeah, Mr. Deja, thank you, colleagues. I appreciate your report. So if you could give us an update, or we'll need a follow-up on who the Navajo Nation will be submitting as their BIA IHS individual, is that a member of the Budget and Finance Committee? Or is that, someone that the President, Nygren selects? If you could give me an update, and we would need a timeline, to make sure that all of these assignments were already, the 5th month of this year, so
Yeah.
this is a good time to know who will be selected to serve on that committee. If you could also let me know, does OMB notify programs when they're not expending their dollars, like when they're not on course? Is that an OMB function, or is it the programs themselves' responsibility to track? And I would like to know, what are the recommendations, since we see how IDC has been reduced because of federal funding not being spent, and how internally we can monitor that and support either OMB. And I'm always requesting a dashboard. And it could be simply as green, you're good, you're on track; yellow, something needs to happen within the program to expend the dollars; and red, you're behind. As something as easy as that, so as an oversight, we can monitor, but my hope is that someone in the executive side is tracking and providing this input to the different programs, and seeing how that's a responsibility. Because I would have to know if we could identify who is responsible for that in each of the divisions. I don't know if it's the division director, their deputy, their contract or accounts person, but that would be important to note who actually is responsible. My third question is the court case regarding Salazar versus Raymond Navajo. If the federal government is still not implementing that rule, has there been any conversation with our Department of Justice to have those conversations with our federal partners to make sure that the court decision is being followed? And what are some of our remedies? If you could just let us know, because my recommendation to this committee is that we have a discussion regarding the implementation of the Salazar case. Let's see. And if you could just help me in the BIM manual that is being amended, is my understanding. I'm not sure if there's a committee member on that task force, but if there's going to be any amendment to the BIM to address some of these systemic issues, so that either programs are notified ahead of time, because they do add their federal allocation to the budget forms, and so there should be some type of language in there to keep the programs accountable, and as an oversight, make it easier for us to understand what those challenges are, and then of course with every challenge, what's the recommendation. Shabika, those are my questions.
Thank you, Shadow Delegate Amber Connector. Mr. Shorty, could you provide the answers to the questions posed?
Delegate Claudia and members of the committee. When I started at the overview on the packet, under the third page of the packet, there's the cover page, and then second page thereafter. There's a date development, it says 12/21/27/22. That's when I gave a report to the President's office, incoming administration, Patrick, Sandoval, and some others. And there's a BIA and IHS work group committee. I have been the representative on the BIA side, Rachel, Avisu is alternate. On the IHS side, I used to be president, Naz, and Dr. Jill Jim, previous administration. So now it's time to update it, and I haven't heard any update from them yet. So again, I remind you, I'm not getting any younger, and I'm the age where I hesitate to travel by air,
Yeah,
and that's why if you can designate somebody, maybe he wants to do it, which my left-hand man today, I indicated earlier. So, yes, it needs to be
or we can
updated.
make you a hologram, like.
So, yeah,
That's my dream.
another reminder to the public that needs to be addressed. Secondly is, who's responsible to make sure that, I guess, it needs to be understood that the grant is for the purpose of addressing the need. A lot of time, the discussion is you're not expending the dollars. So expenditure shown in the books is based on services rendered and payment made based on that. So this report shows you're not delivering because zero expenditure. And there was a series of meetings years ago, there was a report on front page of Gal Independent saying, Navajo Nation not expending $23 million, and then the virtue of the government taking it back. So that was a wake-up call, and there was a series of meetings. Dana used to be with DOJ at that time, and that question, who's responsible? Is it OOC to tell Huston Yazzie, Division Director, you're not spending? Or is it OMB? Or is it President's Office, DOJ? And they understand it's the program manager's responsibility. And there was a review of position description. Is there a reference in the position description that indicates program manager are responsible to administer all fund source, general fund, external? It turned out that there was no reference to external grants in the position description. So that was updated then to include the responsibility to include administration. So the frontline person responsible is program manager who administers that grant. The next level is their boss. Eventually, at division level, then division director is responsible for all grants with awarded to program within that division. So that was the clarification on the individual grant, then it's the program manager. As far as grants within the division, it's the division director. And the meetings that I've attended with the current administration, there's an emphasis on that. Program and the division directors, you're going to have to deliver on the purpose of these grants. So that is going on, and there's a series of meetings on that. Salazar case, federal government not providing 100% of contract support cost funding. Has the DOJ been in communication? I'm not aware of DOJ is in communication, but this is a topic of discussion I know at the TPIC meeting, Tribal Interior Budget Council, where tribal leadership come together. And I know Ron Ellen, who is very well known to the BIA and federal government, tribal advocate for advocating for dollars, always trying to champion government. You're not living up to this. I know this has been discussed, and this has been reported to Congress, but still additional appropriation to cover the shortfall of the 100% need not funded. I'm not aware that has happened. And the other holdup, as I hear during the contract support cost work group meeting, is there's 12 BIA regions nationally. Not all regions submit their contract support cost report. There's some regions that don't even do it. So BIA central position, their position, all regions need to support the result of the contract support cost need and what was funded. And one report go to Congress. Now we're one tribe, and so we do our part, but other regions, they don't do it. So the whole up to some degree is on the tribal side. Not all regions submit their final contract support cost need. On the last part, BIM, the budget instruction manual, yes, current BIM is approved by BNF is for FY23, the year in progress. That is being marked up in preparation for FY24 budget development. The discussion on the President's office is the proposed BIM should be put in the review system by next week. So you will get a chance to see that when it comes to you for review and adoption. So you can see the amendment. So now is the time to think, okay, what controls, what update improvement should the bin include? So if there are no further questions, I can proceed to the last half of the packet.
Shredder Delegate Amber Cancer-Petty.
Okay, thank you, Khadija. I appreciate it. Thank you, Shiash. Does Navajo Nation submit their request? And if you could let us know if it's in this document, what are we submitting and then what are we receiving back? I'd just like to know what that opportunity cost looks like.
Okay.
And I was gonna ask, covering, why is there not a delegate on the BIM task force?
Mr. Shorty?
Okay, the nation's submission of what budget report is called, it's in the annual funding agreement, which is an agreement entered between the nation and BIA is on the contracts on the executive branch program signed by President. There's one on the judicial who's signed by Chief Justice and BIA awarding official. There's provision in there that the funding allocated by BIA, we're in 23 now. So any 23 funding, then all funds allocated by June, we have to give BIA a report. This is how much you gave us. This is how the funds were budgeted. And based on that, they calculate the need. Okay, this is how much you need. Then based on the need, then the amount allocated is based on available congressional appropriation. So we generate that report, then we have record of the amounts allocated. We can present that to you for the 23, and I think the 22. And on the federal government side, there's funding available from prior years that are made available sometimes for a one-time project or for additional contract support cost funding. And recently that happened. In 23, we received funding from 21. I think it was FY21 funding and even FY22. So that's certain programs. That's how it works. After the year's close, sometime thereafter, the federal government finally closes its book, and all of a sudden, there's additional funding. Let's put it out in the Indian country now so that happens. So yeah, we can provide a report on the 22 and then the 23.
Perfect, thank you.
And on why isn't a council delegate on the task force to an update? Dominic will be here joining us in a while, so Dominic is the main driver and update of the BIM. So I hope there's more room in his vehicle to allow delegate to serve on the task force. So and that question can pose to Dominic when he shows it why.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, the last tab on the book. Okay, the request was.
Yes. Speak again.
Before we go on to the next tab, I didn't know, I thought we were going through the whole process before we add some questions, but if we're doing that, then I want to go back to your first tab. Your first tab, you have the breakdown of all the different programs and the different dollar amounts. Can you make Madam Chair, I'm asking you requesting, and I don't know if there's a second recommendation, but and maybe the committee has a different thought or about this, but on those, on the whole, actually the whole report from 1 to 36 on the different external funds, can you put them into a different category? That one, it shows that all the all the accounts that have been set up for the 5 years or previously, can you identify in those, in the accounts that have been set up that are 5 years or older, can you identify which ones those are and categorize them? Because those are the programs that we need to make sure they're accountable. They've been having these dollars for more than five years, and they're still having dollars in the book. I mean, I see some dollars in here from back in 2017, I think, was the most recent one I see. 2017. The second one is funding amounts that are from 3 to 5 years. If there's balances that are still available that are 75%, that are 75% expended or less, can you identify those accounts too as well? And then the last one is funding are for years that were from 2 to 3 years old. If their balances are 50% or less, can you identify those and put those into a categorical chart so that we know that those are the programs that we need to talk to say, okay, these are the ones that have dollars that are sitting there that they're not actually utilizing. Those are the ones that we need to make sure that we're keeping them accountable. Because your job is to process this, and it seems like it comes into fruition where sometimes they're getting, you're going back to them and telling them, what are you doing? You still have all these dollars in here, and why are you, in some cases, why are you applying for more money when you have all this amount? You have numerous amounts of dollars and you're applying for more money, and we're just adding that up. And we give NHA a hard time because they have coffers and their dollars in the lock system for Nahaza dollars that have been anywhere around the $400 million range. But we don't ever give our programs and keep them accountable as much as a responsibility under the Navajo Nation to say in our own system, we have $1 billion on the books that need to be drawn down. So the programs, Madam Chair, that are on the listing from page 1 to 36, we need to break those down and get more clarity to say that. I can understand some of these new ones that will just come in, like you indicated, that takes probably a year to get set up, and then they go ahead and get the system. But the ones that have the accounts that have been open for more than 5 years, why do they still have money on their books? And why are they still trying to advocate for more money when we need to make sure that they spend those dollars currently in the system? Because all the time when we go to DC, or even when we meet with the state, where the number one thing that comes up is, okay, you're advocating for more funding, but Navajo Nation, look at what the biggest problem is that you have so much funding internally. So I think the question now is we have a huge problem trying to expend our funds, and I think that's what the administration is trying to do and working together. You explained that, Mr. Shorty, and I thank you all for your team for being here as well this morning. But I think that the portion that you all are needed in assistance to is to make sure that these programs are held accountable to draw down these funds. And sometimes that falls back on you all, but that's not your jobs. And it creates tension sometimes and animosity between the programs. And I think that's where we need to help assist to make sure that those programs are held accountable. So if we could get something like that, 2 to 3 years, 50% below, or 3 to 5 years, 75% below, and then anything over 5 years, if there's a balance still there, I think that we need to make sure, because you can probably delineate that and do that with whoever has a master sheet on this chart, and probably put that together relatively quickly, rather than me trying to highlight every single page for the next 3 hours, you know? So that's my first question. First request, Madam Chair. The second one is recommendations back when you're talking about this indirect cost. If you look at the last page, you're talking about indirect cost value and how you're formulating that and how we get the indirect cost rate every year that you negotiate. You negotiate on what's given to you. You negotiate on what the documents are submitted to you from all the different departments. My recommendation back to you, Mr. Shorty, and to your team is what can we do to put into law to make sure that these programs are actually reporting correctly, because they're not reporting correctly. That's the reason why we have a horrible indirect cost rate right now. And well, what is your recommendation? Should we put something in the BIM? Because you're saying that we're gonna get the BIM, the draft for this year. Should we put something in the BIM this year to make sure we keep these programs accountable? Or maybe that's a condition of appropriation that we have to put on for all these programs, or something. I think that's a recommendation that we should look at to say, okay, if we're having a snap as all these different programs are not reporting respectfully back to you, then you have a problem defending us when we're asking for a better indirect cost rate. So I guess the thing is what can we do to help you get a better indirect cost rate? How can we keep these programs accountable, or what's a recommendation that you have, Mr. Shorty, in order to make sure that happens? That's my follow-up at this time. Because you'll see, a lot of these different programs, Office of the Controller, yours, Office of Management and Budget, Department of Justice, 90+% of their annual general revenue budget goes to salary. A lot of the different programs depend on the annual indirect cost return funding that helps carry them through the rest of the remaining year for the operations. So if we keep getting a lower indirect cost rate, then what happens is then we're having to supplement additional appropriating funding from UUFB or additional resources from the coffers annually that should have been assisted when we had better indirect cost rate. So that's the reason why it has a trickle down effect. I mean, when we have a lower indirect cost rate, that means we have to put out more additional dollars to these different programs to help them make sure that they have the best services available to provide, or else they don't work together and the whole thing doesn't mesh right in order for us to process whatever we have to do in order to make the navigation government function. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Just for clarity, in the report, the date is dated back in February. I just wanted to know if the numbers that we're seeing today is current data, or is this from 5 months ago?
Yeah.
This is from February.
The report, March 31st, 2023?
So this data that we're seeing in front of us is from March. It's not like the numbers from May. Okay. And then to the points that both Delegate Amber Knezber-Crotty and Speaker Damon have both brought up, we're going to ask Office of Management and Budget to provide that information to the committee. I think this goes back to Shadow Delegate Amber Knezber-Crotty's point of having a member of the Budget and Finance Committee a part of these discussions, because otherwise, you know, we could be a part of that legislative fix. We could be a part of that discussion where we could see these challenges firsthand and, you know, we could move forward instead of waiting in the meantime, months to get a report. I'm just gonna give some time over to Mr. Shorty to respond to the points brought up by both, Delegate Crowdy and, Delegate Davis.
Okay. Very quickly, response to Mr. Damon's comments, question. The request on characterizing the report on the business unit, the expenditures, which are from prior year, 5 years back, whatever, 1 year, 2 year. Ms. Chavez indicated that's included in the report that they have, which business unit or from what years. So that information is available. Now, on the recommendation, what should be done to, realize a higher indirect cost funding? The nation maximizes return on that, so there's more IDC funding available for allocation to programs that are in the IDC pool, to where the impact on the Navajo Nation dollars to support the program is minimized. So that's where it's yes, the provision in the BIM is that program expend the dollars. So now, I guess a system needs to be developed to do a quarterly review. Okay, where are these programs expending these dollars and hope to return? And based on that, recommend what the next step. There's already provision in the BIM, and now what else needs to be included in the BIM to put this on the next level, if you will, and to maximize the return. The other is what needs to be done to where the amount of funding that qualify for IDC pool can be increased. That would result in a higher IDC rate. So what steps need to be taken to do that? Programs will prefer a lower IDC rate, and the reason is that there's a lot more operation dollar kept in their award. If the rate is higher, then there's more operation dollar that remain in the award. And then they complain about us, OOC, OMB, we give you IDC dollar, but you process our document till next week. You should have done it already. You know, we get that type of feedback too from the program. So the lower rate is to the benefit of the program. A larger amount of their work remains for operation. The higher amount, then more taken out. So it works both ways. But yes, what can we be done? We can provide some recommendation.
Mr. Shorty, to clarify, going back to the reports requested by Speaker David, how long will it take you to compile that information, the 2 reports?
Okay, I think OOC has the report includes some of that already on determining which grants are from prior years for 100 years, but for budget development purpose in prior years, that's what we did. Color coded which grants have ended but continued to continue, which are coming up for the grant end date coming in, which are okay. We've done that, so we can probably do something like that by next week. With the same report, we'll just color code those.
We should get it at least before we approve the PIN.
Oh, okay.
Because that's, if there's amendments to the PIN that we have to make to incorporate what he's saying, then we can put those in the PIN man.
So,
Mr. Shorty, when do we expect the draft of the bill?
There'll be another question for Dominic. So when he presents his report later, we can pose that question to him.
Could we, I know that you'll still be reporting later, but you're reporting now. The goal is to have the reports from you and from your team here before we receive the draft of the bid.
Yeah, the timeline I heard in meetings with the president's office and when the BIM should be put in review is next week. Maybe what can be done too in talking with them, can BNF be provided preliminary information of what some of the updates are? So you're informed already, so when the BIM comes before you for action, you'll be informed of that already. So maybe Don can do that. Oh, okay, yeah.
Sure.
We can have it next week.
Vice Chair Slater?
Mr. Shorty, so did you cover 4C in that third or fourth tab on here? Where it said orientation on IDC?
Yeah.
So you're not gonna speak again, right?
That's what we did this one. Okay. Yeah, he was gonna be reported on this.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I
Right.
covered documents under the expenditure report
Yeah, I
tab,
just wanted to make sure you didn't have a second.
orientation, now we're down to the last tab. expenditure.
Okay, I want to ask a series of questions and make a few statements, and I'd appreciate it if it stays conversational, so I don't have to say a million things and then go back to you. So, the first thing is, the BIM task force, who's a part of that? I didn't know that there was a BIM task force, I thought you guys were just working on it like you always do.
The BIM task force,
Someone mentioned the BIM
Yeah.
task force.
in prior years, it was really a markup that initiated by OMB, updates in the BIM,
Yeah,
and then put in the review process. Sometimes the market was done consultation with OOC and then DOJ. But at this time around, for the 24, the president's office, Becker, Sheridan's, Yazi, they want to be more involved in doing the BIM. So the president's office, Becker has been involved, OOC's been at the table, DOJ, Mel Rodis, and then of course Dominic from OMB has been at the table. So those are the offices, and those are the offices that are involved in the
so is it being
budgeting.
run by OMB or is it being run by the president's office?
Right, currently, President's office is taking the lead
So
for the
the
24.
statute says OMB is the one that provides it to us.
Yeah.
We weren't informed that there's gonna be.
Yeah, prior years, it was OMB that
Yeah,
got
yeah.
the ball rolling, but now the President's office is the one involved, taking the lead pretty much.
On one of the questions that Delegate Crowdy asked related to contract support cost reporting, you're saying that that is compiled quarterly and then submitted to the area as a part of our comprehensive reporting, right? That's how we're reporting it, or is it year end?
The question on this report.
No, it's on the CSC. Oh, I'm sorry, we're questioning the CSC that's reported.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Is it reported on an annual basis, do you collect it quarterly from the programs, or is it reported quarterly to the feds?
Okay, the contract support cost funding, there's provision in the annual funding agreement where funds allocated for the fiscal year, we're at 23 now. So funds allocated up to the end of June, we do a report on it. It's submitted to area office BIA by July 10th. Then based on that, they determine the need, how much contract support, IDC and direct contract support should be given to the nation based on that report. Then the allocation of funding is made based on the funding that they receive for that purpose, and the nation get a contract. Then there's usually additional funding again late in the year, let's say September, even October. So that report that we gave to BIA, it has to be updated again to see if there's additional contract support cost funding. If so, then additional allocation usually comes until the next year. So the FY23 report calls for additional funding that should be given to the nation. The funding won't come until 24.
Yeah, okay. So on the IDC side and the contract support side, generally those calculations are coming from the programs and don't include contributions made by OMB, OOC, and the Division of Human Resources, right?
Okay.
So say you have a BIA contract under under social services, and I don't know, let's just say LIHEAP program. They're calculating internally what they estimate to expend for those purposes, but they're not including the contributions that you make to the process and that the Division of Human Resources makes. Is that right?
Let me respond this way. Is again, funding allocated to the social services, let's say, it's usually around 26 million. Okay, of that 26 million, around 17 million was for welfare assistance. So 26 minus that 17, that welfare assistance money, there's no IDC earned on that. It's considered a pass-through. So the 9 million remaining is what is IDC is based on at the IDC, whatever IDC rate. And then the need determined, let's say it's 3 million, and BIA allocates 2.5 million. It's still $5 million short, $500,000 short. Then that's what's reported to Congress, and hope Congress provide additional funding to cover the amount of the shortfall. That's how the calculation on the IDC is.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is we effectively subsidize program administration via the Navajo Nation's general funded OMB, general funded OOC, general funded Division of Human Resources. And I believe in other tribes, they are able to capture and calculate what those contributions are and estimate them on a program by program level and what the effect is within each of those 638 contracts or self-governance contracts. And so our IDC rate of 12.9% presumably would be higher when we're able to capture those. So that's what I was getting at. So right now you confirm that we're confining it to exclusively what is funded by the 638 minus the pass-throughs, whether it's for cash assistance or for capital outlay or whatever. Okay.
Wow.
On the IDC recovery, so when the supplemental funding comes in, it exclusively goes back to the programs, right? You guys don't get access to any of it?
If it's indirect cost, it goes into a pool, the nominated pool account for allocation to programs that are in the IDC pool. It doesn't go back to
calculation there, right?
Yeah, it doesn't go back to the program. What goes back to the program is direct contract support cost funding on the 638 program, which is additional funding for programs to operate.
I'm conflating the two, but on both the IDC and the CSC, do you receive any of that?
There's, for the current year, $23 million projected recovery in the IDC, and there's a table in here. OOC, OMB is included in the IDC pool, so that's how we receive our. Your question, OOC budget is like 3 million, let's say, but IDC portion is only 1 million, and the nation is subsidizing the difference 2 million. How do we change that to where the government provides more of that operating budget fund source for OOC? That's something that we need to.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting.
Yeah.
So,
Wow. Yeah. Good question.
yeah, they got 1 million. This is in the IDC projected recovery. Yeah. Okay. Now, at the beginning of your presentation, it looks like you have 8 of 19 positions filled that you need filled. Is that right? You only have one under the ARPA allocation, there's 7 that are outstanding beyond that? So, you know, that seems to have been persistent at least the entire time we've been in office, which isn't too long, but I know precedes that as well. I guess if you're being very realistic at this point, do you think you're gonna get those positions filled? If you're not gonna get them filled, what do you think the best way is to deliver the services you need to deliver and be more responsive? Because you could contract them out, or I think we need to look at automation. And so Delia Crotty's mentioned a dashboard, you know, every other week since I've become a member of the council, trying to get more transparency. But I think the back end of that is automating a lot of the processes here, right? Okay, we accept a grant, say, whole numbers, it's $100,000. It's going to support the construction of, I don't know, a mobile veterinary clinic somewhere. And there's a new ARPA program for it. And say it's a cost share, so the tribe has to go in and put in 5%, the state puts in 5%, and the federal government pays 90% of it. You know, to me, there's all sorts of programs out there starting to look into this type of stuff, or just algorithms that can fulfill that work. Every purchase order or every task order where we're paying it off, you know, you do that calculation of the 5% to each of the entities, and then, you know, in theory, it would make your staff's life a lot easier, because then they're just verifying work at the end of the day, and you have a robot who's essentially doing it, you know, in one of these things. Have you worked toward automating any of the processes within contracts and grants section?
Delegate Slater, I appreciate these challenging questions. Let me. I say that because I've never been asked these types of questions, but those are very relevant. Fortunately, we've been able to be above board and processing documents that have come to our office, the document review package, budget reviews, set up award, but it's at the expense of taking the toll on my staff, the stress and even health concerns. So we've just been very, very patient. And earlier I went over to the chart and named the individuals that are currently on staff, and also reference to the vacant position. So they've been very understanding, very helpful, appreciate them for this. So automation, what can we automate to where we're still able to do what we need to efficiently and effectively? I think whatever else needs to be automated is pretty much the case on contracts and grants. But where a lot of the work is budget revision requests. We keep record. We process at the high times, if you will, around 450 documents in total. Budget revisions, application and award setup, 450. So of that 450, I'd say maybe around 250 are budget revision. So if the program can budget prudently and carry out the purpose of that budget to minimize the budget revision, that would lessen the work that we do over here. But other than that, document review is, I think there's really nothing to automate there. So it's just the reviews that we do on the hard copy. So
award setup is one too.
Yeah, the setup of the awards, I guess what you need to be aware as a committee is a lot of time award starts, let's say October 1st, most of the awards start on that date to end the following September. The award comes through to like November, December, maybe in January. That's when the rush, and why is it like that? Is the application wasn't submitted on time. The application for a grant that start on 10/1 usually do around for submission to the funding agency August, but it's not submitted late until later, and that's why the late award. And that's when we have to set up the award. We got to do it today. Not one, but several grants. So that's where at the start of the issue is, I would say, is the application not submitted on time or the due date. But yes, I provided a table in here and tasks that we perform. Which one of those can we do quicker, faster, given the number of staff that we have and through the automation process, we can certainly take a look at that.
Okay, so that leads me to something you mentioned, which was tribal grant program or self-governance agreement. It's a sort of like a master contract on either the BIA or IHS side. Now, we attempted to get planning dollars to do that on the IHS side. And then the feedback we got from IHS, HHS said, well, you didn't have a clean audit the last 2 years, so you're not gonna get to do that. So internally, what has been your experience, say, over the last 5 years on moving toward self-governance or the tribal grant program type deal? Is there a coordinated effort that has persisted beyond or between or through, I don't want to say administrations, or is there someone who's tasked with that? Do you have a report that's been developed? Because, okay, you have 1,700 active like business units under like 600 something grants or whatever. You know, if we can get that down to maybe the low 100s or just one going forward, and then we spend out all these other ones, it'd make everyone's life a lot easier. And I wouldn't have to cut my hair so short to get my grades. No, but I mean, it keeps me up at night thinking about how few staff you have and what you need to complete. So, you know, do you see that as something that's realistic in the next few years? And have there been any conversations with the controller? Because I think it's going to come down to our internal accountability in order to deliver that sort of program.
Delegate Slater and Budget Finance Committee has been coordinated effort, yes. And the effort is with Department of Justice. They're out there looking on our behalf, if you will. Okay, what are the criteria to move into compact and contracting? And as you've indicated, is one of it is that no material audit finding and on the 638 contract. The nation has had finding on the 638 contract, BIA, years, going back years. And what is the finding on? So, some of it is on property management. That the nation purchased property with federal funding, but the record over here shows that you're not counting. It seems that it can be resolved easily, but that's not happened. So the fallback on this is on the program that administers purchase of property, federal dollars, not counted. That is the recurring. So what's the program and the division doing to resolve that? To our knowledge, it's really not happening. So the front line person responsible, again, as I indicated, the program manager and their division director. Let's clean this up. This has gone on for too long. So that's not happening. So is this realistic? Yeah. It can be done, but the clean audit is for the last 3 years. The last audit done on the nation was 21, I believe, or 21. There were some findings again. So it has to be 3 years clean audit. The 21 audit was done. Audit for 22 is in progress. So if we're going to meet the criteria for compact or tribal government, we're in 22. Hope there's no finding. 2022 one, it was the last one. 22 till 25 or something like that. And forward, then no clean audit, no finding, then the nation will meet one of the thresholds to be considered for self-governance compacting. And you're very correct that there's too many accounts on the books, 1,700, 500. Some of those could be closed out earlier year grants. It could be a smaller report, less work for us. But That's not
And
happening.
you do have accounts that are ready to close out, right? But you haven't, because you have to process all the stuff that's coming in, and that's kind of no harm, no foul, just leaving it there. Remember the last time you were here, that's what
Yeah,
it
we set up the budget and the processing of the transaction, payment, and all, that's OOC. And not only that, but the reporting on these grants to the funding agency, in addition to processing procurement requests accounted for that, the reporting. So the more business unit there are on the books, there's just that much work associated with that.
Okay, Chair, if I can keep going, is that okay?
Vice Chair Slater?
So Delegate Damon, Speaker Damon, he spoke to a few different items, as did Delegate Crowdy, that I wanted to offer some comments on. And it ties back into the automation, and I think that as a committee, as a joint effort between OMB, OOC, and this committee, we need to look at what software we can add on to either the existing Oracle system or look at transitioning to a new system that is easier to use across the entire navigation government. Because we've imposed something, and this is where it comes back to delay in spending, right? Okay, you gotta be 6B certified to buy a pack of pencils. And all of a sudden, those people become a hot commodity, they jump around, are able to potentially get a higher salary from here or from over there, or, you know, leave and go somewhere else. But, because once you have that sort of certification in, you know, Oracle and JD Edwards, you can be hired elsewhere. But I've looked at other government's procurement systems, and they have basically the same kind of logic, right? You know, you gotta have a competitive bid, you gotta, you know, there's different thresholds. But when you're actually going to plug things in, you don't need like a multi-week long course in order to get these certifications. And so on your end, with the existing reporting tools that you have and the processing tools that you have, what we get is just an Excel spreadsheet. We don't get, okay, here's a graph over time. You can have it be visualizations of cash that's coming to the nation relative to expenditures, what sort of delay period there is between those two. You know, when there's large influxes, how long does it take to start pushing dollars out the door? What are expenditures looking like over time relative to revenues, minus external funds? I mean, or sorry, not just looking at external funds. And for some of the items that Delegate Damon brought up, you know, you could have a simple pie chart that says, okay, for this dollar amount, sorry, for these 3 years, say the last 3 years of a 6-year look back, so the farthest away in time, you know, these programs account for the greatest holdings right now in the nation that we fit, unspent balances. And these programs don't. And then you can have annotations saying, well, actually they're in the middle of a multi-year process and they're gonna spend a bunch down on a contract, or they're building a building, so they had to bank some dollars and have that. But what we just get is, here's a contract award, maybe there's a modification somewhere in there, here's the encumbrances or obligation, and here's the expenditure. And so I think, you know, you can always do requests for proposals or qualifications. I'll just throw some more work at you guys. But, or if you want to work with us, we could do it out of the committee and say, okay, what tools are there to attach to the back end and get us more data visualization? Because that, I think, is going to inform better policy and decision-making process, right? You use your anecdotal experience plus, you know, some data that's in here to make a decision on how to amend the bin, or what you might enforce or impose upon a program beyond what's strictly in the law, because you know they're gonna get into trouble over here, or it's gonna mess up reporting over here, or whatever. But that's my ask to you. I guess that's a challenge to you. And maybe we can come back and talk about it at the end of the month or something. But I want to start that, or have that conversation. I just think there's so many tools out there that could, at least on the reporting side, back to oversight, make your lives a bit easier. Plus, when you just see, you know, an expenditure rate, it doesn't really tell the full story. And, you know, for some of the programs, you need to maintain a certain balance for X thing that you're trying to accomplish. Okay, so that's analysis and data visualization. I think something I would like to see in the BIM, and if you're at your next little work group or whatever, is, okay, let's go pick on social services again. Well, let's not say cash assistance. Maybe they're doing social workers, and the 22 to 23 budget, fiscal year 23. They, at the end of fiscal year 23, spent 60% of the budget. I think this committee should have the power, instead of this being, externally, or what do you call it? Restricted external funds, or externally restricted funds. And it's just an administrative process that's done through the executive branch. At the very least, this committee should be able to come in and rebudget their funding. And we need to start thinking about how to do that. Because there's really no recourse for you not spending your dollars. But if you know that we're gonna come in and say, well, okay, you wanted to do all these nice shiny things, but you didn't figure out how to do it, you didn't either get the appropriate support out of the president's office or human resources to make that happen, but we still wanna have the desired impact from the program functions and services activity, the PFSAs of what you have, and we know that it can be done this way. Maybe it is just a direct cash transfer to people, or we set up a new program. Then I would hope that that would spur some more activity as an accountability mechanism out of programs. So that's a challenge and an ask to you, is to start thinking about that. I don't expect an answer right now. But it would require a revision to the BIM to say that the committee could be the final authority on a reallocation for that funding. Maybe the next year we'll let them keep it, but if there's no revisit, it's just us coming back every time and saying, hey, tapping the paper with our pen saying, why aren't you spending? And it's not to say everyone's not spending. There's lots of reasons for it, but, okay, so that's one thing about the BIM. And the last thing I want to say is, your program, can you provide us a listing, not with all the dollar amounts necessarily, but all of the existing contracts? And if you can do an initial sort, say, these are potentially available for 105 LE's funding and inclusion within their contracts. And then 2, this needs to be a requirement in all contracts going forward. And then the last piece is, where are those programs currently housed? So you'll need to work obviously the property section and those programs themselves, or if you can just start and tell us, here's every single contract organized by division, which kind of is in here right now. And we as a committee, I think, are very interested in maximizing more revenue to the nation, and that includes taking advantage of the 105 LE's program. Now, the deficit in office space on the nation could be addressed through increasing the lease portion of these contracts so that they can support payments to construct new facilities. And we need to start somewhere. So that's my ask to you. And are you familiar with the 105 LEs? Okay. Have you been asked to do anything like this thus far? Okay. So I'll put it in a memo, but I'm previewing what I'm going to ask of you. So, Chair, those are the only things that I have to ask right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. Deputy Delegate Amber Knudsen-Crowdy.
Thank you, appreciate it. Appreciate your comments, Delegate Slater, and look forward to those recommendations. My concern is, I've heard several times in this report that OMB does not have the staff or the capacity to do any additional work because they're just trying to do the basic baseline. So to ask OMB to do additional either research or study, I don't think that work needs to be done, but I don't agree that it's OMB who has to do it with their current staff. So some recommendations, this committee in the past has identified funding for a consultant. I'm not sure, and in looking at legislation 0098-23, what the committee is requesting for additional dollars. I don't wanna misquote, but I think it was almost like, I'm not gonna misquote, but I don't know what the committee asked for, I'm reviewing that legislation right now. So thank you, Delegate, David, for sponsoring. But that's the conversation if we should be having, and we should have someone here from the Office of President, Vice President. We need a staffer who is going to support OMB and OOC and ARPA and track all of it. Because the programs cannot do that. First of all, we don't pay enough. We don't retain our workers. We don't provide a great working environment. We have all of these things stacked against our programs. And I think that also will come into why they're not able to fully expend their dollars. So what can we do to ask for that consultant? Is that gonna be at the committee? But I'm gonna ask Chair Parrish if you could request a meeting with the Office of President, Vice President, and Budget and Finance Committee to provide support to our oversight. And if they have this ongoing discussion, great. What are the recommendations so that we could be prepared to help support those recommendations? And we're just cutting down silos here and having these conversations. Because I was thinking, why does it take so long to set up a business unit account? And we can't automate, but someone has to facilitate that conversation. There has to be an entity to be identified to even give what is the capacity of currently, what are the current laws, what are the recommendations, and if you automate, because what I heard from discussions is here at Window Rock, we're at capacity when it comes to IT. So what we're working with, like right now, me getting kicked off of every network to send an email, it is what it is, because we need we need something here from the IT world to boost up our internet. So to ask programs to do something that they don't have the capacity, that's why I think we need a consultant or someone who has that expertise to look in. What's interesting is, we have the Net Development Corporation. They have a lot of technical folks, and they receive military contracts, but I remember one contract was helping like the nation of Romania digitize their whole system. And I thought to myself, if a Navajo-owned entity can be successful in receiving a grant, a military grant, to help another nation, why can't we ask for that same help for our nation? And I'm not saying ask for free, but allocating and identifying funds to say, how do we get there? And I would need to see like a strategic plan of saying, this is the issue, here are the players, and here's how we're gonna get here. And how can this committee support that? The other area was in terms of, there was a lot of great comments from the committee, but I just want to express that, like, we hear from the committee or from the program, they don't have the capacity. So whatever is in our wish list, we need to be creative and say, how can we support them? So if we could have that meeting with the Office of President, Vice President, and move forward in developing that plan. And in looking at this legislation, we have the money, the nation has the money, so we need to invest in ourselves. And that would be helpful for everything across the board. And we no longer can, I want to be on record in saying that there needs to be a plan to bring OMB up to capacity. And if that's contracting, or something, but we have to take care of our programs over oversight. So if it's hard to find someone, there's a possibility of when people come on contracts, like the controller, they negotiate their pay. If we have individuals in these essential positions, then we have to look at what do we need to do to onboard individuals to provide relief to our current employees. So I just need to, I'm gonna look at that, or maybe our advisor Ms. Nakai, are we requesting a consultant with this new UUFB appropriation? Are we requesting any kind of support for our committee to help the work?
Sponsor.
I don't want to put the sponsor on the spot, but somebody gave him the paperwork.
Can I respond?
Oh, yeah, sorry. You wanted me to respond?
If this is pertaining to the additional funds for the committee,
Yes.
it's just specifically for committee expenses. There's no consultant being requested. It's just additional funds so that you can have additional meetings and, not really meetings, but for travel and those types of expenses to attend conferences and such for the remainder of the fiscal year.
Right. So Chair, if we can make an amendment or start working on an amendment, because it would just be for the next 6 months, at least get a consultant to help this committee. And whoever, I don't know what OPVP staff looks like and who's working on it. I heard Vita, I didn't hear the other people. But to onboard that consultant, and this committee had an energy consultant at one time. And I think then COVID happened. So there's a possibility that we could move some of these initiatives without asking the programs to do it, because they're at capacity. I think they're doing the best that they can. And it's like, if we could bring on someone, I know Cherokee has an interesting way where they contract out their work. I understand Navajo is unique, but I think in some of that uniqueness, it also, there's a lot of red tape, but we need to make sure that we're not removing areas that will hurt our audit. So we can't just have, everybody does whatever they want, and then we have 100 audit findings, because that also hurts the nation and our credit reporting. But if I could request that amendment, and I'd like to get that ready for when that legislation comes before the committee.
Thank you. Senate Delegate Amber Knapper County, Speaker Davis.
Just to clarify, Madam Chair, that those documents were given to me directly from the Office of the Speaker from Mr. Manuel Rico.
Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you. I just want to endorse what Delegate Crowdy said and say, I guess I'm just sharing my personal preference right now, and that is allocating general fund dollars in addition to whatever this minimum request is, because I assume that this forthcoming legislation is to get the committee's get the committee out of the red that we inherited when we came into office. And so I would like to confine that request to that purpose. And when it comes to consultant, Chair, I look toward your leadership in requesting a meeting with the speaker to assess using some of the ARPA administrative and contract support costs and all that stuff that still is there. I don't think we fully allocated and expended all of it. Some of it, particularly on the IT side, I think is pretty clearly allowable. On some of the other items, then that's where I would like us to go into a carryover request from the fiscal year 23 budget to the fiscal year 24 budget. And have these programs, everyone focus as intensely as possible on spending ARPA dollars. And then at the beginning of this next year, if not sooner, if we're able to use the ARPA dollars, but if we're using the carryover, move forward on some of the items that Delegate Crowdy said. So just to hear another idea, that's kind of my personal preference. And I think the most, among many important things that Delegate Crowdy said, the thing that I think that we need to investigate most closely, and Mr. Shorty, you could probably provide very quick responsiveness is, okay, within your, it's the work group, right, that you participate on in their TIPIC? Yeah. If you have colleagues or contacts there that you could provide to us, and we can survey how they're doing some of their back-end support like this. I've already done that with people whenever I'm at a conference, or how do you guys do that? How do you do this? How do you do that? Because other tribes that are able to contract out a good deal of work, seem to be a lot more efficient and have fewer audit findings, and that's why they've been able to enter into self-governance contracts like charity. So I would very much like to endorse that idea, and then you're sort of converting your staff into the overseers of a lot of the mechanical work, the inputting things in, and they're verifying stuff from a relationship between someone who's placed in the program under a contract, where you're not presently placed within programs, right? You assist programs, but it's not like you're necessarily housed within that program, and we can have OMB contracted staff in those programs. So that's, I hope that we can work toward in the future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. Thank you to the committee for providing comments at this time. We will work with both the advisor and I will work together with the Office of the President and Vice President to get clarity on how we can continue to work together to provide further support to the Office of Management and Budget and the Office of the Comptroller. We'll also meet with the speaker in regards to assisting the Budget and Finance Committee and also OMB and OOC on some of the technical, the reporting that we'd like to see to the committee, and so that we can move efficiently as we have many external deadlines that we need to keep on. And thank you for raising the point of the staff shortage at OMB.
Is that Delegate Slater?
The
phone
not the staff, I
Oh.
But I noticed on the agenda that Mr. Bial is giving a written report today, so I don't think he'll be here in person. But Mr. Bial, are you on the line? Dominic Bial, are you on the line? I'm gonna ask if Ms. Slim from the Office of the President and Vice President is on the call. I forget what her first name is, but her last name's Slim from Red Lake. That's who they assigned to budget.
Does she work for OMB?
Oh. So there is a staff member assigned to the Budget and Finance Committee from the Office of the President and Vice President, but they are not on the call. Is anyone else from the Office of the President and Vice President on the call? Okay, so we'll work with Ms. Nakai and we'll propose dates that we can meet with the Office of the President and Vice President in regards to the issues raised today. Mr. Shorty, do you have any other comments at this time or closing remarks?
Madam Chairman, yeah, just listening to the discussion, recommendation, the concerns, how do we move forward? How we address it. I appreciate it. Certainly, I think what can we add to that discussion? From our office, we can certainly assist them with that and getting some help to assist with the capacity and moving where we're at in the next level to improve administration. That is definitely needed, and we certainly can participate in that and appreciate the outreach and getting some help or be the area that we really need.
Thank you, Mr. Shorty. Could you also provide us some of the contacts that Delegate Slater was referring to, so that members of the Budget and Finance Committee can also connect with them in regards to TIVIC and how we can work with other tribes?
Okay.
And then some of the requests that were made today was on reporting, but we'll send that in an email to you. So that because I have 3 things down, but I think it's more important to develop that conversation with the Office of the President and Vice President as soon as possible. Thank you for your time this morning. Thank you for your report. Members of Budget and Finance Committee, do we have any other questions for Mr. Shorty? Oh, sorry. I apologize. I guess we're just closing out that part of the conversation. All right, but we went through the entire report.
Yeah, the only part was the last one,
Okay.
Yeah.
the external fund projection.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's the last part, so let me,
Okay, let's do the projection.
okay.
I walked back in and then I went in and then I thought that.
Looking at it, is there somebody now?
So, Madam Chair,
Sorry,
members,
okay, yeah.
Yes.
Sorry.
As the agenda has it, there was a request for a written report on estimated external funding for budgeting purposes. So the last tab of the booklet has information on that. Okay, in the current FY23 budget instruction, there's provision that calls for reporting of anticipated externally restricted funds for FY23 budget process. And the procedure is that the program to report unexpended budget of prior award and new awards that they'll be available for 23. So we're aware there's grants from prior year that are still continued, and then anticipated grants for the coming year. Those combined reported, so it's included in the budget deliberation for FY23. Through that process, as indicated in the next paragraph, 2 billion of anticipated external grant was reported for FY23 budget, and that amount consists of 81% of the total 2.5 billion budget adopted by the council, and the resolution reference and the date. The next page is a summary of the various fund types that were included in the FY23 budget development and consideration for adoption of the same, and then the breakdown by branch. Column B is this business unit referenced by the branches. Column B is the branches, the three, and also fixed costs. First column is Navajo Nation funds. Next is indirect costs, funding for GWA, higher ed set aside, external grant cash match, personnel lapse, permanent fund, proprietary, fiduciary, special revenue internal, special revenue external, and the total. So the special revenue external fund reported is 2 million. Under executive branches, 2 million. Judicial reported sum at 12 million, the total of 2+ million. And the cumulative of the budget the council adopted was 2.5 million. The next page is a summary of budget by a branch and also the divisions. The divisions are referenced under the column division. The breakdown again by the different fund source: general fund, indirect, fiduciary, proprietary, internal, special, and external special revenue. So the programs that reported external grant funding to be available for 23 are Department of Justice, OMB, Community Development, the Net Education, Economic Development, EPA, Natural Resources, Human Resources, Public Safety, Social Services, and Department of Transportation. 2+ billion of the total 2.4 for executive branch. The next page is a breakdown by judicial and administrative office of courts. Anticipated external grant to be available at 12 million. The total grant budget is 30 million. So that's included in the FY23 budget that the council enacted. So this is based on the instruction on the budget manual for the program that operates the external grant to report the amount of prior year award that will be available for the coming year, and also the new grants available. So it's included in the budget the council acted on. Madam Chair, that's an overview of the packet that my staff and I compiled based on the request by this committee for a report on external grants.
Thank you, Mr. Shorty. Members of Budget and Finance Committee, do we have any questions? Shredded Delegate Amber Knezler-Crowdy.
Yeah, thank you for being here. Since we're looking at, revenue projection loss in the future when it comes to general funds, and, the priority of the committee is to look at, federal and state funds that have been reverted, could we schedule in a quarterly update, a report similar to this, so that when OMB submits a report, that we have an active discussion on it and start reviewing and looking at trends? And would have to share that information with the full council. Because we have oversight over, although it's the budget, there's committees who have oversight over these programs. And if it's the program manager, then each committee should have a plan on how they're addressing, the fund, the issues and the challenges. So if we could coordinate that, let's say, if we're in May, in 3 months, we're gonna be at the beginning of budget session. I would say maybe that's a good time to have an update on the external funds. So, when it's presented, we have an idea of what are some of the challenges for these programs with their federal dollars. If they're asking for Navajo Nation dollars, and we could understand if what I've heard back is programs will request Navajo Nation dollars because it's easier to expend. But that is not helpful if we're looking for revenue decline in the future. We need to get this right on how to spend these federal and state dollars.
Thank you, Delegate Crowdy. I almost called you Mr. BL. Mr. Shorty, with your staff, at the Office of Management and Budget, I know that you're keeping up with the current requests, opening, on just the administrative functions, but, to ask for a quarterly report, do you all have an internal quarterly report that you have readily available? What process do you all take internally to keep track of the dollars? And the request is that this be shared with the Budget and Finance Committee and then shared with the Navajo Nation Council.
Madam Chair, all previous present administration always asked for quarterly report from the divisions, and the divisions quarterly report consists of program by the reports under those divisions. So in case of OMB contracts and grants, we give a report to Dominic, who then provides a OMB report to the president, and then the president includes what they feel needs to be reported to the council in their report. So my report, certain part is included in Dominic's report, certain part of Dominic's report included in the president report. So usually in the contract report, we provide a summary of external grant. The first page of the report that is under the budget report, we just provide a summary. If there's question on it, then we just, and then not only the status of the budget, but what are some of the accomplishments, some of the challenges, the issues, all of that usually in our report quarterly. So we've done that all along.
Right.
And continue to do that. But a report that Delegate Crowdy is asking, a review of where were we last quarter on the status of the external grants, the expenditure. Where are we now? What's going on? Is the expenditure increasing, or is it still at the same? What's happening? So the use of the report to the service really hasn't happened. I mean, we report to Dominic, to the president. These are the issues. There's no feedback. Okay, you reported this. How can we help? Who's not doing it? That part, the use of the report doesn't happen. We do the reporting, but it's not used for the purpose it should be.
And then to clarify, Mr. Shorty, is the Office of Management and Budget still providing those reports to this administration? Is it continuing, or what is the status of the report? When was the last report given?
Yeah, report is on a quarterly basis. Like I said, one, And then based upon request to, there's issue with a particular grant, let's say Head Start. We get called to the president's office, what's going on here? OOC is usually there, contracts and grants is usually there. This is a situation. So on the case-by-case, situation by situation, we do provide a report all the time. So this quarterly report, that is being suggested, and definitely we can do it, and as we do provide recommendation too. Now, how do we get the program on board? You're not expending, I guess that's where we're meeting coordination with the president's office. Have a sit down with the division, go over it, why, then include that in our report. What coordinated effort is taking place to ensure that the external grant funds are being expended, purpose of the CARE Act, and that needs to happen.
Thank you, Mr. Shorty. That information is, it would be, we would, that's a critical piece of information for the Budget and Finance Committee, so we'd like to request that information on a quarterly basis. Do we have any other questions on the projections? I'd like to recognize Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson, who has been with us for almost the entire duration of our work session. I apologize. And then I think we also have Honorable Otto So on the call too. Are there any other delegates on the call? No? Okay, I just want to recognize them. Do we have any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Shorty, for your report. I believe you covered items F8, FC, and FD.
The council would indicate on the case number, and just go like this around.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Shorty, thank you, to, the contracting grants office for being with us today. The office of the comptroller next. Ms. Christine Chavez is next.
And then the version reports.
You're just waving it by yourself.
I need the rest of them. You can,
Okay.
they're back there, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, right there, yeah. Debbie?
Ask somebody to bring the table in, that folding.
Hello, am I still online?
Thank you all, and thank you for the Office of the Comptroller for listening to the discussion this morning and just your patience. But I know you all work together, so I'm sure it's piecing together the conversation. So thank you for being here and being a part of this morning's discussion and today's work session. Welcome to the Budget and Finance Committee. Now we are moving on to 4B. And 4B is the reversion report on external funds presented by the Office of the Comptroller. Listed on providing today's report is Christine Chavez, Accounting Manager. And the whole team is here today, so thank you. Ms. Chavez.
Is it still morning? Good afternoon. My name is Christine Chavez. I'm the Accounting Manager of Office of the Controller. And I'd like to introduce all the accounting supervisors that are here today. To the far right is Elva R. Tom, and then Genevieve White, Valerie Hubbard, and then Debbie Etzidi, and then to the back is our acting ARPA supervisor, Joseph Colledy. Yeah. So
So you're not with Dodie anymore?
No, 4 years with Dodie, 4 years to graduate high school, 4 years to get a bachelor's. I thought 4 years with education, I was done after, so I'm with controllers now.
So thank you for inviting us to be here, inviting us to your work session to do our presentation to enhance your understanding of the external grants. And OMB has done a good job of explaining the external grant side of, and we, like you said, we work hand in hand, Madam Chair, and members of the B&F committee. So we are on the external grant side, on the expenditure side, and our Office of the Controller actually has 10 sections. And contract accounting is one of those sections. And we ensure compliance within the Navajo Nation and the federal 2 CFR, Mr. Shorty had referred to, and expending funds across all the external grants, and then the hardship assistance. So far to date, we have assisted 310,767 applicants for a total of over $360 million. And currently for FY23, all active, meaning going back in 7 years since that's the turn of the record retention. So that's how we go back as far as all the reports that were submitted for you guys to review. So in FY23, we got over $3.7 billion. And general funds, they received $193 million. So 95% of external grants, of the total funding, 95% is external grants. So you can see how many grants that we oversee totally, in addition to the over 1,000 business units that Mr. Shorty had talked about in his report. And further, in contract accounting section, we have 14 vacant positions. And there are 4 associate accountant positions and 2 in ARPA. And then as far as the accountants, we have 2 in contract accounting and 3 under ARPA. Senior accountants, we're fully staffed, and we have 1 vacant position under ARPA. And the current principal accountant classified under ARPA will be reclassified as senior accountant. And then we have 1 acting supervisor under ARPA that is also vacant, for a total of 14. And out of 36 positions total, that is assigned to, under contract county. So we have a total of 36 positions currently, in our budget. And then, we will resort to the reporting. So the first one will be the $135.4 million, that has the federal reports. I think it's, what's it called? The monthly summary. Monthly summary, what is it? Federal funding by division. So if you guys bring it up, can you let us know so we can proceed?
Questions?
No,
What was your question?
no,
She's asking us to bring up her report.
Oh, do we, I'm looking for the report in my email right now. What time did you say it?
I don't have it, but we'll send today.
I'm having Wi-Fi trouble on my laptop, so I think it's
Did you send it today?
No,
We sent it to Peggy yesterday.
let's see here. I have so many emails, I'm sorry. Let's see. What day was it you sent it?
Yesterday morning. This was from me, Debbie Utsedy.
Oh, from Debbie, huh? I was doing the wrong search. Okay. I forwarded the report yesterday at 3:17 PM. And I will send it again. I just did, so 12:09. You should have all the reports. So which one are you on?
The office of the comptroller on the reversion reports.
Okay, she has a whole bunch
It's
of.
called, monthly summary, federal funding by division.
Okay, so
I have that one.
you have it now?
Monthly reports. Okay,
Norman, you got it too?
let me, I'll forward this to Delegate Simons and
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think, yep.
Put it on the website so we can access all the, like, whatever the corrections. Mr. Molly to send information from your committee.
So in addition to, OMB's report, we have ours broken down by, the business units, by the company number, division, the actual start date, the actual completion date, when the financial reports were submitted, and OMB closed them out. The assigned accountant from OOC, the responsible party from the program side, who's actually responsible for administering the funds, funding by agencies, the revised budget, the actual expenses, the encumbrances, and the budget balances as of 3/31/23. And they all are broken out by the divisions. And so if you review the legislative branch, they have a budget balance of 1,290. The judicial, and each are in bold for each of the divisions. So if you continue to go down, I think the biggest division is the Health and Human Services. and they have a total of 19
Are we going over?
million, no, huh?
It's a spreadsheet.
It's the one that's, titled Monthly Summary, Federal Funding by Division, 16 to 22.
Okay.
So if you go down, each of division will have, the amounts in bold. So when you scroll down all the way to the end, it'll give you a grand total of, 135,449,611.16.
Yes, Delegate Amber, can you look at it?
Yes, thank you, I appreciate it. So I have it, I think last time we had a report from OC, we requested, that when we have these reports to have a projector. Could we have that in terms of planning and how we plan these work sessions? This is helpful.
Okay.
So that we could see the document that you're referring to, but I have it here, so I don't.
So these are actually, funding that have ended. And is it the reversion?
Yeah, they've ended.
Yeah, they've ended and they can't, some of them can be extended, but it's up to the program side, as Mr. Shorty was explaining. And so, although some of these have ended, it's only the ones with, health, the BIA, the health, Head Start, and, which other program was it that? IHS. Those are the programs that can carry forward their dollars, but everyone else on the spreadsheet are unable to carry forward. So this is the unexpended portion for the 6 years for each of the divisions.
Members of Budget and Finance, do we have any specific questions in regards to the data that is being presented under the monthly summary? I hear none.
Is it me? I mean,
Yeah.
I cannot hear what you guys are saying. Okay.
Do we have any specific questions for the monthly summary?
Oh, for the monthly summary, my question to these is, in your report maybe a month ago, is this the same information?
This is as of March 31st, 2023.
So you-
The one prior to that was as of 12/31/2022.
Okay. I did have a question to these.
Should the Delegate Amber Knez McCray?
Yes, thank you. So how can this committee help OOC, with the budget? Because I remember at the last time we talked, it should be zeroed out, is my understanding. So how can this committee assist OOC to get these off of your books? I'm not an accountant, I don't know the technical terms, but if they're closed, they cannot access the money, how do we, is the proper term close it out and move it off? And how can this committee help you?
Okay.
And if you're receiving any support, and I'm just saying the office of president, vice president, because, or the controller, I'm not sure if the controller, and I've been, since April 20th, I've been on personal leave. So, is there a new controller? Is there an acting controller? I don't know what the status is. And then should the controller be giving this report? Because we need someone with some authority to say, how are we gonna get this off the books? Again, they're the everyday employees. We need someone with some leadership authority to say, how are we gonna help? And with their capacity, and if, say, conversations with automation, And has this committee heard from I'm assuming it's an active controller because the council has to confirm this, the controller. And they serve at the pleasure of the council, and I haven't heard anything from the controller, but if I'm missing an email, just provide that or if we could get some update. Thank you, Shadiza.
Thank you, Chavez, Delegate Amber Cansacrati. During the State of the Nation address, I believe President Nygren mentioned it in his address. It's Sean McCabe, but we have not formally heard from the Office of the Comptroller or the Office of the President, Vice President.
So is that through a contract?
They didn't provide that information. It was just given in an oral report from the President.
And we should ask to see the contract.
Yeah, we need to see the contract. We've always, well, not always, President Nance didn't involve us with, Ms. Begay, but there's money involved and there's authority involved. So I'd like to be meeting with the controller. They're actually the advisor for this committee. So I don't know who the controller has.
We'll put him on the next Budget and Finance Committee, meeting next Tuesday.
Can you call in?
I believe it's on the call.
Oh, are you on the call, Mr. McCabe?
Sean McCabe,
*6.
is the acting controller, Sean McCabe, on the call?
Do you guys see him on the Zoom call?
Let's see.
Not under his name though. The
Okay.
phone number of the line.
So Shadesha, I know that OOC has waited. If there's something that you think the committee needs to know at this time, I'd like to respect your time. And if there's any recommendations, if not, the next report should be given by the acting controller.
So in response to your question, under H, let's see where it says business unit closed, parentheses, OMB. We submitted the final financial reports. And so it is the program's responsibility now to officially close out these business units. And they need to work closely with OMB and submit their paperwork. Then when that closeout happens, it still goes through contract accounting, OMB to finalize, make sure that what we have reconciles to the amount. So once the program closes them out, these will eventually become zero balances. Because when the program does their closeout, then OMB goes in and then they reduce the budget, revise it, and then they reduce the budget. So each line item will be at zero at that point.
Chavez, Delegate Amber Cansacrati.
Oh, yeah, thank you. So I appreciate that, Ms. Chavez. If the Budget and Finance Committee can write a memo to the oversights and giving them this 7-page document with the request they work with their programs to work with OMB to close out these multiple, I don't know what you call them. My sister's the accountant, not me. Just close out these
Business units.
Business units.
business units. Thank you, I appreciate it. It takes a village here to do this work, because we're at $86.8 million. Like, that should already be, the program should be working on closing out these. So I see, and I appreciate Vice Chair's here, Bennington, we see a lot here. If you look at this document, it's 7 pages, but there's multiple grants from like Division of Social Services, you know, and then we'll need Resource and Development to go over Division of Natural Resources, Division of Human Resources, Department of Health, and I realize I was on personal leave, but these are questions that we ask the division directors when they're up for confirmation, because they have to have a plan on how to close out these, close out all of these business units. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done here. Like Department of Education has a lot of funding, they'll just need to close out, so it's off of the books.
Thank you, Sheriff Delegate Amber Canesva Crotty. I'm gonna, turn the time back over to Ms. Chavez.
Okay, thank you again. So once OMB closes these out, we're hopefully gonna get down to 0. We're also meeting with the programs individually, and we are addressing the need for them to close these old grants out. And we've started our first group was with BIA. And so we're gonna be, and we're also in close working relationship with OMB. With all these business units, we're trying to get them to condense it so we don't have 1,000 business units. We want to have as minimal as we can. So we've been working with the program. Again, our first programs that we're working is with the BIA side. So we've reconciled all the accounts, all but 4, I should say, BIA side. So we're still in work in progress, but out of this 56, we were able to reconcile 52. Those are the ones we are currently working with the programs and OMB to condense those and carry forward. And we're working on FIFOs. And so hopefully, Fish and Wildlife. And
the first one was, Department of Forestry.
Yeah.
We have ICWA, and now we're working with Fish and Wildlife.
Yeah.
So just to kind of work.
So those ones have all been closed out, and they only have like a couple business units. So they're also working with OMB on the one-time funding to determine whether they finished their projects. And if they did, Mr. Shorty's gonna request to see if those can be rebudgeted into other operating expense line items. So like again, our intent and our goal is to have as minimal business units as possible. And with each individual one, all the supervisors will be working with their programs to get that done. So I think the next one we're gonna tackle is the IHS, because their financial reports were due just on last Friday. So that is a big, one of the biggest programs. So condensing that will be in favor for OMB, OOC, and the programs. So all the money is in one business unit. But that's what we're working on now. So hopefully here within maybe 2 years, we'll really are looking to simplify and automate some of the paperwork that, we're trying to do away with. And so far, it has worked with all the programs submitting their documents by email. It's a smoother process. So we're done with the, this federal financial report, the closed business unit. And then the next one is the state.
So the next one is it's titled Monthly Summary State Funding by Division, 16 to 22. It should be right after the federal funding by division. It's right after.
I think it's the one with the 211 kilobytes.
Yeah, sure. Ms. Nakoi?
I have a question on the one on the state ones. Yesterday, the New Mexico delegates met, and they were talking about TIF funds and stuff. Is that included in this state funding? Are those, is that part of this report that you have? The tribal infrastructure funds?
Do you have a business unit number?
Yeah,
They're all with the New Mexico chapters and such?
yeah,
Would that be the active ones, the ones that are current?
these are the inactive ones right now that we're talking about.
These are the closed,
The closed.
the ended.
So are there any of them?
Yeah, when we go into them, we'll let you know which one is, yeah. So this one is the closed state funding.
There's another report for the ones that are currently active.
Oh, okay.
So for the states, did you guys get into the report?
So can you see the name again? I was looking at it, and then you said a certain size. I don't find that size. But I have, what is it labeled? Because I have it all.
Monthly summary state funding by division,
Okay.
16-22.
I got that.
Can we get email in here to set up the projector?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because we're gonna go through all the documents, right? So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
10.
10, okay.
What did you just go through for?
On the screen?
We're gonna go through all of them.
I don't know where he's at, but I think we pulled up the document and then we can just go through it until Emo or Emerson comes to set up the projector.
Okay.
You want to set it up now, or?
Do you have the information or do you have the?
Oh, she can, if she wants.
Okay, let's do it that way. Delegate Simonson, did you get my email?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Joe, did you bring your laptop?
I did not.
Did you sign? Okay. Can you,
You're tech savvy.
Okay.
yeah.
Tech savvy, yes. Is there a plug-in or a
I
USB
think she's
to
grabbing the
project?
projector.
Okay,
I think she has to do the USB or something if you've got it,
okay.
or.
Yeah, I can hook it up.
We'll just wait that IT can come along and you can see.
Okay, okay, fine.
But,
I'll speak on the task.
we can continue the conversation while we're waiting for the projector.
Okay.
Okay.
This document was,
This one is the state. All the state funding. Again, it's in the same order.
okay.
And all the bolded are what has ended. So when you get to the bottom, the total amount of state funds
Eugene, check.
is $38,555,346.08. But most of these on the state funding, they're all on cost reimbursement. So even though they get allocated 90,000 maybe, we submit the invoices and we're only reimbursed up to the amount of the expenses. So again, the same process, it's up to the program to close out. And hopefully these will be at zero. Some of them did fully expend, but they still need to go through the closeout process. And then some of them, they didn't even spend, so we didn't get reimbursed. We just lost money.
Is that when it's reverted?
Yeah,
Or some people, you don't get, they spend dollars, then they don't turn anything, then we can't come,
Claim,
can't get
yes.
the reimbursement. So we're out on the reimbursement costs and we're out on the money that we spent. So it's like a double, you hit 12 times.
I do have a question.
Yes, should the delegate Amber connect with Friday?
So this is another record where we just need the closeout from the department?
yes.
So that would be the department or the Division of Community Development, Identifying Resource and Development Committee, if we could send them this document so that they could close out on our books, on our end. The second question is, if this is for reimbursement, Ms. Chavez, do you happen to know what funds they use initially and then ask for reimbursement? Where, is there a pool of money that's used first, or how, maybe that's the challenge, why they're not getting, where does this money come from initially?
Thank you for that question. Honorable Crowdy, the general funds is used upfront to expend the dollars. And then, once we submit the invoices, and then we get reimbursed. So general funds are put upfront.
Do you know what general funds are used? Is that the cash mat, or is that the matching set aside? Or do we have to ask the division?
Probably have to ask the division, we don't do the general fund side, so we can't answer that question.
That's fair, okay, I'll do that.
There's like a prime general fund account a prime cash account. Yeah, so it just goes into like a prime account. And then once the reimbursement happens, it gets replenished.
Can you,
You'll see that report as we go through. Yeah, there's another report for cash reimbursement.
folks? Okay. Mr. Vial, do you have the answer for that? Come on up.
You can sit right there.
So just the question is regarding the state funds? They're busy, go ahead.
Well, I wasn't listening
Oh, okay, so the question is,
very carefully.
they provided, and I'm sorry, Ms. Chavez and her team provided a worksheet on closed business units, and they're, from the New Mexico State Capital Outlay Funds. So we'll be working with the programs to work OMB to close out those business units. But my question was, where does that funding initially come from? What money is used first, and then we ask the state for reimbursement? What is the source of the money that they're using for those capital outlay dollars?
I think, okay, I don't know the specifics,
Sure.
but in general, I would say that there could be two sources.
Okay.
One would be the capital outlay match fund,
Yeah.
which is available to match a lot of these state projects in particular. And then the second would be already budgeted funds, like from CSN and others. So as an example, again, and from Church Rock, some of you know that. So I would say, New Mexico state funding provided is for a bridge construction
Right.
or renovation, and it costs $500,000 to do that. Either from CSN or the capital match, we might have $200,000. So the state would have to pick up the difference. And that's why a lot of projects, by the way, are still sitting there, because all the funding is not available to get it going and started and so forth. But just generally answering that, a couple of the sources.
So I think I'd have to ask the division, because I understand what you're saying with the capital outlay match, that's limited in following that. But I just need to know what the program, they're using their source of money to ask for reimbursement. That's what I'm asking for. What is that initial source of money? And asking the state for reimbursement? And then when the state reimburses, does it go back to that account? That's the question that I'm asking. So I'll follow up with, who would I follow up with there? Is that Lydell Davis? But you don't know. I didn't even know we had a cash fund, and I'm a little nervous to hear what we do with it.
Lord,
Where in the budget?
it's, I've seen it when you read the budget, the annual budget, it's in there.
Okay, if you could find that, that would be
You're
great.
on the exhibits.
Wait, what's the cash
It's in the,
New Mexico capital outlay.
The general funds that are used to match funds.
No, I'm not talking about the capital outlay match fund, that goes in, that's $2 million every year. But the way the division uses it, there was an audit and they found that they were just sitting on that money, like $8 million. That was 10 years ago now. But now how the division uses that money, nobody knows. And so like last year, what they did was gave like that $2 million to like Greasewood or something. So to say they're using it for New Mexico is not accurate because they're using it on, I think the last few years has been projects in Arizona.
It's whoever goes down there and yells at you and says,
Yeah.
get it done.
Yeah. But what I'm just saying is, I just need to understand how we use this capital outlay dollars, where the money goes and not goes, so that I just have a clear understanding. And then we'll ask, for this report, we'll ask the program to zero out these business units. Okay, those are my questions, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Lady Delegate Member Councilor Crotty. We have the projector warming up right now. And we just need to plug in. Thank you, Emerson.
Did you see your laptop? Oh, you can use your
Any other questions?
Okay, now that we can all see the information, we have further questions. Those are great points raised by Shadow Delegate Edward Crotty. This is, I believe, we brought, you raised this the first time that they presented, is making sure that we know where the dollars are on these things, making sure that we keep track of them, because we just.
Lamardo's making something.
All right.
Lamardo, give us the inside scoop,
What's the
Lamardo.
title of the document?
Monthly summary, state funding.
Okay.
It's up there on the very, very top.
Thank you. turn the time back over to Travis.
Okay. So that question that you posed, Honorable Cardi, we can get back to, and maybe, we can get some information as far as the general funds. I mean, we know it comes from the general funds pot, but we just don't know where, how it's budgeted.
Thank you.
When we front end the money, is that what you're saying?
We don't know where this money, like, I'm just asking if this money is allocated or approved by the state, but it's on reimbursement basis.
Yeah.
So where is that initial money coming from that they're using for these projects? And then when they're getting reimbursed, how much of that is actually being reimbursed? And so there's issues if the programs or whoever is not submitting documents to the state for full reimbursement, or some of this money then is what we call reverted. So we've lost that opportunity to get to, and so this document that they're showing are already accounts that are closed. So whatever you see on O, that 38.5 million, my understanding is that's money lost. Like that was available, that's an opportunity loss. Because you had that money from the state
Bottom total.
and they didn't spend that money by the time.
Let me go down to the bottom here. So where it says, wait, where does it say 35?
38.5 on
Bottom
O.
line, on 0741, or 42.
Oh, I have 86. This is active, so you want the closed one?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the closed one, we're asking resource and development to work with their programs or oversights to actually close out these accounts because they're done and they need to be working with OMB to close out these accounts so we don't continuously see these on the reports.
It's the monthly summary state funding by division, 1622.
Yeah, I have that. I just have different numbers.
How can you stop messing with your computer?
Is this one more updated than?
Oh, did you get the email from today, from Peggy?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is monthly summary, closed state funding by division 16-22.
It's not the close, it's the state funding by division.
I just missed.
Oh, then I told you the wrong thing. I don't know. I said, look at that.
Because if it's active, then it's not money we've lost, right? That's-
No, there's a separate report for that, but this one is
Yeah, the
stated.
version was a different one.
Okay, so this is our opportunity we still have.
Okay, so this is 4/157, right? Yeah, okay.
This one here.
Because I mean, the process is, basically, we receive an authority to be reimbursed for $1.
Yes.
We front it, and then we receive that funding back from the state. And I guess what you're saying is you don't trust that the state is giving us the money when we do it?
No, so I'm saying, where does that front-end money come from?
From our bank,
But
from
from
Wells
where?
Fargo.
I know from Wells Fargo, but if you look at the budget, from where?
Well,
There isn't.
okay, I guess this, I think we should bring Jeremy in, because he's gonna be the one who can explain some of the cash management, but like, okay, if we have money that comes in as a grant, then that's dollars that are directly to us, like ARPA, right? And then there's other ones, you know, where it's our balance at the bank account that is front-ending that. It's our it's from the navigation's balance in there, and then we keep a certain amount of cash in order to make those liquidations, and that's where they do a projection based off of project schedules, and so
Right.
that's where they're meeting with each other. And, you know, we have a lot of money in the bank account. So I think it's just from the cash the nation has on hand, and that's what they use, so they'll, you know, maybe liquidate some treasuries or corporate bonds or whatever it is that they have, when they know we're gonna have to make an expenditure in July, and then they'll pay for it, and then we'll be reimbursed by the feds and the state, and then they'll take that money and reinvest it into, you know, another, you know, safe product to keep it. So, I think it's just like as the nation's probably built up its balance sheet over history, and, you know, say we were gonna build like a several $billion-dollar project, obviously we couldn't front end all of that. But when you're doing a task order that's like $100,000 and we have hundreds of millions of dollars in the bank, then that gets paid out and then it gets reimbursed back to the state. And if they don't pay us back, then it's real litigation with them I think it's something 638 stuff. But I think we should have something mechanically, some sort of flow chart that explains it, but, yeah.
Because the issue is if we're fronting the money and they're not submitting documents, these projects haven't moved forward, then what happens? There's just not, for me, there's not enough clarity on what then happens, so that funding.
I think, in my experience, when I was a program manager, none of the checks went out the door without contract accounting, and everybody going through and reviewing, okay. And I'll give you an example. Again, going back to airports, 90% comes from the FAA, 5% comes from the state, 5% comes from NAPO. So you have two different grant awards, one from the state, one from the federal government. And then that 5% from the nation will be built into our cash match program that we do every year. And so for each one of the, say, requests for payments, $400,000 on phase one of Winter Rock Airport, whatever, that goes out, you have to calculate the taxes potentially due to each one of those entities, but mainly just what needs to be paid back on the reporting side, so then they'll get that money back. And we were never informed, oh, we didn't get reimbursed from FAA, or oh, we didn't get reimbursed back from the state. Because I think we do a very good job of making sure that when we actually spend money, it goes to the state. I don't think there's an internal efficiency in not being paid back for things that we're fronting. Do we have evidence of that?
Well, I don't know, Dave.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Now we gotta get our spyglasses.
Yeah, OC does all the paperwork, and based on the payments, like the receiving records and all the invoices attached, we have to present that to the state in order for them to reimburse us. But there's a lag, usually it takes 2-3 months before we get the reimbursement. But it eventually does come back in. And then when that comes back in, then AR, the accounts receivable section, they contact the accountants and say, okay, where does this money go back in? And so they identify the business unit, and it goes back into the pot where the funds were being used.
And you don't have evidence of us not being reimbursed?
No.
Yeah, so I think that was Dr. Crowdy's concern.
Well, there is, because what you're asking for is just what you have in terms of like expenses. So there's never been a time where the program would use the dollars and New Mexico would have repaid us?
No.
So why are we worried about reversion then?
Well, these, like I said, these are just money. Say New Mexico obligated $990,000 on, let me see, I can use.
Because there's an ending date to the grant. There's still an ending date.
Yeah. So say like on line 729, they gave, oh, that one's fully extended. Go back, let's see, go back to the, maybe look for one that's 0. 735. So the state gave us $727,000 for New Mexico.
It's on transit.
Yeah. And so you go back and they only expended $608,000. And that's the only part of it that we got reimbursed. So the difference is that's when the program comes in and they're supposed to do an official closeout, and that should be at 0. So when OMB makes their adjustment, then the first part where it says 727,000, it'll be reduced to the 608, leaving a balance of 0 on that, and now it's showing that there's 118,000 that wasn't reimbursed. But I don't know why it's called reversion, but it's not really reversion, it's just money that wasn't spent.
Oh, the state calls it reversion.
Yeah, state
So
calls it
the state is
reversion.
saying we allocated you Navajo Nation money and you didn't process these projects in the 24-month timeline?
Yes,
So we're gonna pull back that
Yes.
money?
yeah.
But we never spent the 118,000. It's not that we spent it and then they didn't reimburse us.
We don't know.
No, we
It
do.
was-
It's
it
just
was
saying
never
it wasn't,
spent.
it would have been reflected in this report if we had spent it.
So we only get reimbursed what is expensed. So we've expended $608,000, and that's what we got reimbursed. And so the program needs to come in and tell OMB, okay, we only expended 608,000. So that's where the budget gets reduced. And the 118,000 that's on the books right now will be at zero.
And Slater, what you're saying is then that money, that 157.3 million hypothetically comes from this cash account.
Yeah, we have, I think, like one main bank account that is more like our checking account, and then we have a bunch of other, like short-term investments that make up our most liquid holdings as a nation.
And is that the best way to do it?
Definitely, and that's what we get advised on, is okay, you're projected, because, right, every dollar that we hold it onto as a person in our checking account is either earning zero interest or just the tiniest amount of interest. And every day that the value of that dollar, time value of money, it devalues. And so, that's why massive inflation, eggs cost more, and that dollar won't go as far. But if you invest it into some sort of security that will earn interest, and that could be, say, a short-term corporate bond, it could be, also all different types of securities, but mainly, short duration bonds, or similar fixed income products, then you can cash that out. So say it's like a 6-month bond or something like that. So the held to date 6 months from now, and it's all about calculating when we're going to need to make big expenditures out. And so, like, I think when you passed the ARPA cash management plan, whatever that was, in the last council, that was saying, okay, there's the federal treasury says you can only invest it in X type of products, but yeah, we don't want you to necessarily just hold on to this as cash because it's losing its value every day. So you can put it into these types of products that are very safe and generally backed by the federal government. And so that's, I think, generally what the controller's office does, either based off of external funding requirements or what our own internal controls are, saying we don't want to, buy a bunch of Facebook stock and hold on to that, and then it goes to zero the next day, right? We're putting it into government, or some sort of government-backed security. Yeah.
So Vice doesn't look so hot right now.
What'd you say?
Vice, they're going bankrupt, Vice.
A portion of us.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
So Ms. Chavez, back to some of the discussion that was being had between the conversations that OOC accounting has with the programs. Is there a policy or a procedure in place where there's a time frame that the programs are required to report back on the money they've spent?
What they submit the invoices and the payments are made based on the invoices submitted.
It's based off of your grant. Right?
Yeah.
So if you have a grant and it's for 24 months, then you're supposed to turn your stuff in the time.
I'm just asking because whether we're getting, the numbers that are being reflected on a quarterly basis, I just want to make sure that you're getting accurate numbers. And I know that you're very limited in your staff, so just double check. Okay, Ms. Chow, or members of the committee, do we have any questions? No? Okay.
So hopefully this will dwindle down as we progress. And if you guys put the pressure on the programs to zero them out, we'd appreciate it and get it off our books as well. So are we done with the states inactive?
Sure.
So then, the next,
It's the, this one.
so the next, spreadsheet is the one that's called cash on hand deficit analysis.
Just down to the bottom.
This is what we're talking about, the reimbursement. And so if you see a negative, that means we haven't gotten reimbursed yet. This is where the lagging period comes in.
Oh, the lag.
Yes. So if you go down to the bottom, very end of the report, we have,
36 million.
36 million that we haven't been reimbursed yet.
Well, they're probably trying to maximize their investments in short-term bonds.
The state's playing us. There's the feds, that's different.
So slowly, these reimbursements come in, and then you'll see that some of these, every quarter, some will decrease, and then where you see the increases, I mean, it's never gonna zero out, because we're getting new projects, and so the bottom number will never zero out, because the state is always, state and other grants that are
On reimbursement.
that on reimbursement basis, this, like Head Start, this is where they will show up.
So it has to,
Should Delegate Amber ask the credit?
Oh, yeah, thank you. So understanding this is an ongoing process, are there any of these accounts, so I'm looking at line 49, it says fiscal year 20 Head Start. You know, at what point is it, the lag is too long to get our funding back?
like for the example, the one you chose for FY20 Head Start, we recently, in the last couple of months, set a final report. We had to revise this report 3 times. So now we're in works with Office of Head Start to get us that reimbursement.
Are there any other accounts that you're concerned about, or feel like you've been waiting, that's like not normal, like a normal trend for your gap of reimbursements?
Probably BOR.
No, like, well, that's an issue with contracts with management.
I don't believe we have anything that we're concerned about. It's just, like I said, the lag in time when we submit the reimbursement. It takes 2-3 months before. So these numbers might increase again in the next quarter. And so then it falls, it drops as the reimbursements come in. So it's always just going up and down each quarter, month to month.
Okay, because I see one there that's fiscal year 19 on 69, so is that just something normal with Environmental Protection Agency?
That's on a letter of credit, this one, drawdown,
So,
quarterly drawdown.
yeah, these are quarterly drawdowns too. So if the programs expend, we don't draw down until the quarter has ended. So we get every cent that has been spent within that quarter.
Okay, thank you.
Can I follow up on what I said? So going back to the one she mentioned on the Head Start, you said you had to revise that several times? Was that because of our internal accounting? And it got to you, then you caught it? Or was it something where it went to Head Start and they fought us on it? And was it on our contributions as a nation to match?
One of the issues was, and this is becomes a problem when the IDC rates are not negotiated on a timely manner. So in this case, the IDC rate that we reported in our final report was higher. So when the IDC rate came in, it was actually lower. So then we had to make that adjustment. So then we had to revise our report and then resubmit it. Yeah.
So that's our issue internally with the number of business units we have, is if the IDC rates change, we have to go in and make changes to every single one of those business units. So we're thankful this year that Mr. Shorty is ahead of schedule, so that we're hoping that FY24 IDC rates get implemented before the fiscal year starts. And that would eliminate a lot of these adjusting entries that we do every month, quarter, year, especially when it comes to year end, when the funds have already been closed. then we have to make adjustments, and then we have to send the money back to the funding agency, whatever IDC adjustments that we made. Or it can be vice versa. If the IDC rate goes up, then the funding agency owes us money. So that's where a lot of the closing, the closeouts that our accountants do, we have to stay on task so that we're getting back every penny, or we're staying on top of the reporting requirements. Any other questions on the cash deficit? So this is to date what we owe, the drawdowns is, $36 million is what's owed to the general funds as of March 31st, 2023. So again, these numbers go up and down. No questions on this?
On that,
No, we just need to get a cash out to get our money quicker.
Isn't the Fed doing that, that we create a payment system?
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay, so if we're done with this, then we'll go to the next report.
Would be the,
Just sell it directly to Doug Crowley.
Or Zelle, I'm trying to Zelle. Venmo's good.
there's one more cash.
Oh, real gold?
What's this one?
The BIA IHS cash
Oh,
deficit.
okay. The next one is the cash on hand, BIA IHS cash deficit. Everybody have this up now?
yes.
Okay. And these are the BIA IHS grants, that we have to draw down. Again, these are based on expenses. And so this one is at 6 million. And most of these funds are like, they're allocated, fully funded at the forefront. And so there are times when BIA gives us additional monies. So some of these show up because the mods haven't been submitted the budgets to OMB, and they can't be accounted for until OMB sets up a business unit. And so sometimes the drawdowns we can't do the drawdowns until OMB sets up the business unit, so that the funds are available for programs to expend. But in the emergency medical, Val, can you explain that one? The million?
Back then, emergency medical services began receiving program income, meaning that should they go out on pick up somebody, they could request reimbursement from the private insurance companies. So they get that, and then they can reuse those funds for additional funding for their program. And so in the middle of that, they have a 5-year contract. In the middle of it, Contracts and Grants created a new company, a new business unit for them. And yet the program was still applying their expenses to their 638 funding. So our office needs to work with the program and transfer some of those costs back into that other business unit to offset this deficit.
Members, do we have any questions? Should I delegate Amber for this recording?
Thank you, these are appreciated. So, understanding those different business units, what does that timeline look like? So if we look at this next quarter, do you think they'll be resolved by then, or we need a year? And are the division directors aware of it and they're working on it?
For that particular EMS program, I don't see it coming off next quarter.
Okay.
But Alva?
Chair and committee members, for the BIA, because all of us take care of different accounts, and so I take care of the BIA section. And this is a report that was ran as of March the 31st. So every month it could come out different. So if you look at the BIA, we're like 3.4 million in a deficit. But we just received two drawdowns on April 17 and April 25th. So that put us back in the positive. And so we're now have a current balance of 9.9 million for BIA overall. And so the others are probably still receiving their drawdowns. So, and those just because the report was ran at March 31st. Yeah. So for BIA and IHS, we get our money directly. But for state, they get this reimbursement. Yeah, same.
So if you look at the screen, after she drew that money, now they're in the positive cash of 9.9 million. So the cash balance can always change. As soon as money is drawn and it comes in, that changes the cash balance. So that one easily went from 3.4 million deficit to now the plus 9.9 million. So as part of the business unit setup, the company is on the account, on our accounting side is the balance sheet. So the balance sheet is where you're gonna find all of the cash information. The K account side is where the expenses are recorded and tracked. But they work together. So when they're expending, the cash is captured over here. So maybe you had the question you had, Amber? Yeah, this is how we track it. So if they're expending, but we're not drawing down, that's gonna be in the negative. And then as soon as we draw down, that goes back up into as a positive cash. Or the cash deficit is covered.
So do we have any other questions on this report?
See?
So again, this will fluctuate each quarter. So if BIA allocates additional dollars, then we won't be able to draw it down until the business unit gets set up. Then again, so we're never gonna have a zero balance on this. No other questions then? We'll go on to the next report.
So then we'll go to the active. We'll do the active. It's the active statement.
This is the active state. So these are the ones that have the current open business units that are active. And the total amount is 86 million. So these are all the projects that are pending with Mexico or Arizona.
Vice Chair Slater?
Thank you. So, does anyone ever do an analysis from your office on basic, I don't know what you call it, but like time to construction? So, okay, we know we're gonna have this group of projects potentially expend X amount in this quarter. I mean, I assume that you have to do this, right, for the cash management of all these funds? But like, can that ever be conveyed back to us as oversight and leadership? It seems like it's calculated in-house, like, oh, we think this is gonna take place in the next year, or the next quarter, or the next month. You have to make sure we have the money to pay it out.
Yeah, so if you look at E and F, F would be what determines when those grants end.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, so say it's a road project, right?
Mhm.
And you get it, you know that for the first 4 months, you're probably not gonna do anything. Your fingers crossed, at month 6 or 2 quarters from now, you're gonna be able to go to construction, and you're anticipating the first part of that construction, you're gonna need $195,000. So presumably for all these other projects, you have some sort of ballpark for that. How is that put together, and how do you say work with Wells Fargo to figure out what that's gonna be? I think it'd be interesting for us as oversight to say, okay, we're projecting in this quarter that we're gonna expend this amount based off of conversations we've had with project managers, and then we're therefore looking at, pushing this money out the door. Because that could be a forward-looking sign of progress or regression as leadership. Like, oh, it looks like some internal kinks have been worked out, so we're gonna spend more money. Or, okay, over time, we spend a lot between spring and mid-fall because that's the construction season.
I think Jimmy is the one that calculates those.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that's Jeremy.
Yeah, because he works with investments. And so he's the one that determines how much cash is needed, and he kind of populates that.
So you never see like a report that has a
No,
kind of
no.
quarterly projection? Interesting.
We'll talk to the controller.
Put that on the list for instance, thank you.
We add some of this.
So maybe this is where, oversight can come in and say, okay, program, you're into year 2, year 3, and there's no expenditures, or what the plans are.
Yeah.
Because we can't tell the programs to start spending.
The delegate Azarate
I
starts
think
spending.
that can can I ask a question?
Vice Chair Slater?
Do you have, the Lukachukai, Veterans Multi-Purpose Project set up yet?
Fiber optic.
It should be 500,000, and it would be, there's an allocation made in last year's Arizona State budget. If you got that 10 million one, that was in the same budget.
Look at you guys.
Yeah.
I'm still here listening, just for your information.
Yeah, Ewan, thank you. You're our expert on this.
Is that how you spell it?
Not really.
We're all in this together, Delegate Azarate.
I'm sorry.
CHU.
Wait, now we're looking for your projects? Wait, what happened here?
This is a part of, we gotta get it spent.
Well, you got the
How do you
document
spell
right
it?
there, you search for it.
No A.
Wait.
I guess I'm seeing an inconsistency between why some of them from the budget are set up and others are not.
Okay.
And the other thing is we don't want them to revert back to the state because they could just pull it back,
Have you
they're gonna
been
pass
given-
their budget.
Have you been given the budget unit?
No, that's the whole thing, and I've been trying to ask through DCD to say what, where are we at?
So you gotta talk with OMB.
Yeah, OMB is the one that sets up the budgets.
UK.
Let's do LUK, if it's not there, then it's not there.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. For, well, it was allocated,
It was allocated last
May.
fiscal year?
they passed the budget in May last year, right? Yeah. And so we've been.
I think you gotta spend it in a year, right, in Arizona?
No, there is no timeline, it says the legislature shall, whatever, the Department of General Services.
We still have that $1 million for age 60. That was given to us like 7 years ago, we started spending.
But that's, someone covered it, that's because of the Hopies though. They didn't want us to oversee it, so they had to transfer it now to county.
There's in Arizona.
Okay, so it did get transferred?
I think they did.
Okay.
I think. I can do.
But there was also like 1.6 or something that we just got as an issue too.
So these are all the Arizona. And it would be under which division?
Are you still, you don't need to look for me. I'll,
Oh.
you did the search and it wasn't there, so please.
Okay.
Oh, she's in New Mexico? Don't worry about it, I'll figure out later, let's keep it.
Okay.
You guys are.
So
So then the next,
the
spreadsheet.
When
active
we have
federal.
it automated later, you'll have it all at
Yeah,
the tip of your
still
fingers. When we have that AI or whoever.
Because that can, that's for
LDA will pull it up for you.
35.
I'm looking into that. Instagram keeps.
It's active federal.
this AI.
And next time.
The next report is the active federal funding by division.
That one that goes up on that loop.
It goes like this.
And this is, 1.7 billion active open grants available balances as of March 31st.
1.7 billion?
Yes. Earlier, remember I said we have the $3.2 billion in the report that I gave? So these are all the active grants that we have and amounts to 3.2 billion. The next one is the expenditures, 1.4 billion. And then the open commitments, the encumbrances is $87 million. And so the budget balance right now, I mean, as of 3/31/2023 is $1.7 billion in federal active grants. And so if you go to the side, to the end, there's 582 business units, just for federal.
Approximately, because that includes,
Approximately, yeah.
includes the subtotals.
Yes.
Stays with us.
Are any of these, grants, or would there be a way to know when that grant timeline ends, so you have it in your document? I had asked OMB, do you notify the program, or is that the program manager's responsibility?
Yeah, again, in F is where that's where the grant, when the grant ends.
So they'll have that time.
Yes.
So let's say, for example, it looks like line 570, that's going to be, I don't know the status, but the grant ends June 15th.
Yes. They've overexpended, so.
So when they overexpend, what happens?
It depends, if this has matching,
Matching, yeah.
then part of that obligation, once it's expensed, then those funds will go over to the matching, those costs.
Okay.
Was that an airports one?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's exactly it. So we pay the 100%,
Yeah,
and then we get that 10% back.
but you're waiting
Sorry,
in that
we
gap.
get, we get 95% back.
Okay.
Yeah.
But is that then, wouldn't that have been showed, is that showed? Is that reflected in where we're waiting for that reimbursement money back? That would be.
That was one of the big things we did. They never hired me. But then.
You're just too valuable, Yash. You're too valuable.
I'm probably making things worse than I was.
We're just so, it's so precious that we have you on our council.
So that one?
Oh, yeah, wait, this is what I see, okay. So, this says 25 and then 24. And isn't this supposed to be the date
Probably.
that's before?
It's probably an error, yeah.
Okay.
That's O and B.
So-
Good eye, good eye.
Wishful thinking.
So that's wrong.
Yeah. Oh, this one? So this will give you all the open business units. And the balances for each of them.
So our speaker Damon's gonna fix everything.
Again, they're sorted by the different divisions.
When we read the report, is it Holland?
No?
So you said it's 1.7, where's the date button? So that's the
Yeah.
balance at 3.2.
Yes.
And then the reporting period, what's the earliest we have on here? Like what year? Some of these are like 2016, some of like, do you just know?
No,
offhand?
2020 go up.
19.
Yeah.
Very topic.
Some of them have, if the grant ends, then if they ask for an extension, and then they can get it extended. So if they're up for 3 years and then they can get an extension for another 2 years, then that's when OMB comes in,
17.
and then they do the extension. So if their funding agency allows them to extend the grants, then they're allowed to expend the dollars for another however many years or months or days that
Yeah.
they're given that they can continue to expend.
Some of these go way back.
Yeah.
So I think what Delegate Damon and Delegate Crotty mentioned, and I was trying to get at too, is that, you know, we need a visualization. This is broken down by the responsible entity within the nation, but there's overlap potentially in some of the dollars. And I'll give an example, right? So if we go up to the very first page, and you have DCD, and it says US Treasury for a bunch of these on the left-hand side. Those are ARPA projects that have individual business units set up. But the provenance of the funding is fiscal relief fund dollars. So if someone were just gonna look at that and say they don't know kind of what we know as a committee, they don't know that. And then if we wanted to extract it out and have some sort of visualization of the data in a graphical format, then, you know, you can't, because there isn't like a column that says this is a fiscal relief fund dollar. Same thing with the division of transportation dollars. When you go down there, there are, you know, there's like BIA safety grants, there are, you know, FAA ones, and then there's also, the programmatic agreement, federal highway, trust fund dollars. And, you know, I don't know. I think that that's something that we need to work on, is how do we have a module that gloms on to JD Edwards to give us that information. And the same thing with social services, right? Like, you see LIHEAP, and then you could also include something that says, this was passed in the Infrastructure Jobs Act, this was passed in the Inflation Reduction Act, or something like that. So it gives you a little bit of an idea about the political environment too, when the funds came about.
So when OMB sets up these business units, they're set up based on CAT codes. So the CAT codes is what comes down to getting these reports. So if OMB, if there's other category codes, then they kind of all put together.
And the report can be sorted by
Yeah.
that.
Certainly, and you can show that here.
Yeah.
So right now we have 50 category codes that we can use. So this is the first tab. This is the second tab. So this is, in the second tab is where you find, where we identify if it's a COVID account. And then, these are references to the ARPA. So the information that you're requesting for, it could actually be implemented in one of these blank category codes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, I mean, it exists at this
Yeah.
level, but like, I don't have access to it, right? But if you build a module or a pure one, and then me as a simple person, it says ARPA, and then within ARPA, maybe it has this bill or whatever, and then you can also count what the expenditure is at that point in time, and when the allocation actually took place. Those are the sorts of things that like we need to move towards, so that we can interpret it without, because we don't have access to this. And I'm not gonna take 2 weeks to, 6 weeks or whatever it is.
And so this is also where the dates are stored that you see in the columns.
The start date, remember where you saw the 25? This is where OMB will put the
Correct
start date.
I'm actually behind it, let's fix it right now.
So we don't have access, so we can't fix it.
I mean, we have access, but it's more their responsibility, so we allow them to take care of it. We usually send them an email.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we've got to know them.
So, do we have any other questions on the active federal grants?
We just have one more.
Do we have any last questions?
Okay, and then the final one is the,
I was just gonna ask Deja, can we just send this to the meeting of council and everybody, so they can have a digital copy? Or if they wanna use it, they can use it.
and then the last one is the active BIA IHS spreadsheet. And these are all the PL 93-638 programs, active grants. And that amounts to $543 million. Again, all sorted by divisions. So we have 1.3 billion that was awarded, 787 million that's been expended, 28 million has been encumbered for a budget balance of $543 million as of 3/31/23. And this one has about 887 business units. And this is where we're talking about, we're trying to condense, because some of them go back to 16 again, Sue? Yes. Or 17?
Yeah, 16. 13.
So this is why we're working with OMB to try and carry forward some of these and reduce the number of business units that are listed.
When you say carryover, is that a process by which you can close out, say, FY19 and put it into FY20 without expending all of FY19?
Yes.
No, the other one.
How
2020.
how long does that take? Like, what's involved?
The program is the one that initiates it, and when they get the approval from the funding agency, but like with these IHS, it's available to fully expend it, so then they can.
Yeah.
So, the program usually does after we submit our final financial reports, then it gives them an amount of what the balances are. And then the program comes in and says, we want to carry these forward. And so they do the summary of change, and then they do a budget. And then they submit it to OMB, and then OMB adds the current amount that's gonna be closed for the current year, and then add it to the next year.
So what sort of obstacles do we come up against from BIA or IHS? So they're generally supportive of it and they don't reject it?
Yeah.
So
As long
how can
as
this
the
out
scope
of
of work,
practice?
yeah, as long as the scope of work remains the same, then we don't have any issues. But where it becomes an issue is those one-time fundings, because they're for specific projects.
In the BIM, do we require that?
Yeah, it's outlined right here.
No, but I mean, is it a requirement that if you have FY19 dollars, you have, what do you call it, you have to
Carry forward.
carry forward for IHS and for BIA?
No, it doesn't have it, it just has the general language, but,
have to do it.
yeah, but for our site, the amount of funding, we have to reconcile and make sure we say, okay, this is the actual amount based on the federal financial reports. So all expense, because some of them, we still have expenses that are lagging in late, like, oh, we didn't pay for this, so then, or some of those encumbrances, if they don't disencumber, then we can't officially close that until they officially disencumber all those, unencumber it. And then that's when you'll get your actual balance, and then we tell them, okay, this is the amount of your carry forward.
If you all had infinite funding and resources, what would be the first thing you would do?
Minimize.
Carry forward and close out?
Close out, yes.
Yeah.
Then we wouldn't have this many business units.
I think we need to put it in the BIM as a requirement, so that each program, because the program's, the responsibility is there.
Yeah.
That's why I was asking if it's just generally stated, which is what I thought, but I've never really dealt with BIA, so I don't know. I just know they're there until expended, and so there's not an incentive to close out those business units, so that they
Yeah.
carry 8 million business units.
Exactly, yes.
Well, I think in terms of a policy perspective, if they're holding on to money, then we should at least know why they're doing that. Okay, when I was on HES, the 22nd council, we actually would call them in and they would present something very similar. And then for every budget unit, they would tell us why they're holding on to it. Some is reasonable, like TANF. TANF will have to hold on because sometimes like when there's federal, let's say there's a continuing resolution at the federal level, or they're not getting their full allocation because they provide like services directly to families. So they'll say we have to keep some money as a little surplus in case in the future. So I think it's just kind of also understanding, but that's going to take time. And if we don't have that analyst, then it might be the work of the committee, or we could hire someone to really understand like why they're holding on to these dollars. And is it adversarial, or is it hurts the program in the long run? Like, is someone in Congress looking at that and saying, okay, you're sitting on these dollars, then you don't use it? So I think it's just like this balance. So I don't want to force programs to spend all their money if then they're going to have a shortfall in the future, and we're going to have to do it.
Yeah, I think the first thing is administratively making everyone's life easier, so reducing the number of accounts, with the exception of the one-time funding accounts, which we have to keep. And then we have a better idea, right? Instead of seeing 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 for some social services funding, or, you know, maybe it's, maybe for TANF is a bad example, but you could actually probably consolidate all this, because they're not one-time funding, it's all within them. Okay, we just have FY22 and FY23 that we're looking at.
Yes.
And so we kind of a better idea, instead of like, well, we're gonna take the 100,000 that we still have left there, and we're gonna carry it forward into this year, we're gonna hire a new accountant who's gonna help us take care of this new account. I think that would make things simpler in terms of interpreting the data. But like I was saying, like if you have a tag then back to the authorizing bill, then we could have a little graph that says, okay, we received X number of dollars in May of 2021. So, state our numbers. And then there's been these intervening bills since then. What does the nation's expenditure rate look like? Just kind of draw some conclusions saying, well, reasonably, it takes us this long to budget this amount of money if it's this type of funding.
Wonderful.
So,
Members of the committee, do we have any other further questions in regards to the report? Don't see them. Ms. Chavez?
Well, that concludes our report. That's the last report, so, I hope this was helpful. And thank you to all the supervisors for, this is my team that I have, and very, very knowledgeable, yes.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being with us during your lunch hour.
And she's our report runner, so.
Oh, thank you.
Without her, we wouldn't have this information.
Yeah. Okay, any closing comments or questions? I don't see any. Thank you to the Office of the Comptroller's Accounting Section for your time today. We look forward to continuing to work with you.
Thank you.
Mr. Y'all, do you need the projector?
thank you for all that you do.
Thank you.
Later on it, so.
Yeah, we can ask.
Okay.
Hello? Can't hear anybody.
Thank you, Mr. Bial, for being here with us this afternoon. Thank you to everyone who is still on the line, and thank you for your patience, members, for waiting for our beloved Ida to return. Well, and then thank you also to Doug and Simonson for being here with us. Mr. Bial, the floor is yours to give the report on the required long-term expense projection and budgeting purpose. Mr. Bial.
Thank you, Chairperson, members of the committee, and everyone who's still here. I have a short paper, as you can see. It's pretty short. I was working on it this morning before I came here. So I'll just go through it. It shouldn't take very long. This is a cover memo dated today, addressed to the committee from myself. The subject matter is long-term expense projection report. So on Tuesday, 2 days ago, May 2nd, I was notified that the Budget and Finance Committee was to meet in a work session on May 4th, which is today. The agenda includes a written report on a long-term expense projection by OMB. Accordingly, attached is some general information on this subject. In a couple of weeks, OMB can do a more expanded and complete report with some cost estimates and projection amounts. I'm available for further discussion. So the next page is the information, as I say, pertinent to the subject matter. So at the top of the page, it simply refers to BNF Committee's work session for today. Now, in italics and quotations there is the actual language from the Appropriations Act, 12 NNC Section 830E. And it reads, long-term expense projection. The Office of Management and Budget shall prepare an annual long-term expense projection, which includes all projected expenditures for at least the next 3 fiscal years for operations, programs, projects, and transfer payment to the Navajo people or to outside non-Navajo Nation government entities. Such report shall be presented to the branch chiefs and the Budget and Finance Committee by the end of the second quarter of each fiscal year. This report, along with the long-term revenue projection and the annual general fund revenue projections and the external funding projection, is intended to provide guidance to the branches of the Navajo Nation government in preparation and adoption of the Navajo Nation budget for the fiscal year. This is the end of quotation. The following is information pertinent to the subject. And I have 5 paragraphs there. Letter A, since the inception of the Appropriations Act in 2000, OMB has not prepared this report. And from time to time over the years, it did come up as a question. And the explanation is provided that the Navajo Nation budget is based on the revenue projection, the fiduciary and proprietary fund levels, and set or established external fund levels. No quote unquote over budgeting or amounts exceeding the revenue levels are allowed pursuant to the balanced budget requirement. Therefore, the Navajo Nation budgets for all expenses, including any increases or reductions within the available funding levels. Now, letter B, the expenditure or cost increases in future years include, I could say now, is the annual general wage adjustment, GWA, and fluctuating fringe benefit rates. Those are a couple of examples. The GWA averages 3% or so over the past several years. The fringe benefit rates have ranged from 42% to 52% in recent years. These costs are budgeted again within the available funding level. So let me just add a further comment there. What I'm saying is that if the revenues are plus or minus, it doesn't really matter. Whatever the mandated costs are, personnel, fringe, and other things, whenever the planning allocations are, first of all, the revenue projection that's accepted by the B&F committee, and then the subsequent planning allocations to the branches. The branches make their internal allocations to programs and divisions within their branches, including the chapters. At that point, it's up to them to use whatever planning amount they've gotten to budget for all of these matters. So that's the reason for speaking or bringing that up. C, generally, the inflation rate of about 5 to 7% increases cost for most personnel, operations, and goods and services. Again, Navajo Nation budgets for this within the revenue allocations and the available funds. D, the Navajo Nation government spending level averages about 75% for the general fund. So the budgeted funds are not fully spent, and the undesignated unreserved fund balance, the UUFB, is increased with the 25% unexpended funds. And I should have added, the revenues that are received in excess of what was projected. That goes into the UUFB. E, external funds budget amounts are based on allocations from federal or state agencies and on legislature or congressional appropriations. All costs are borne within the funding limits. Of note, however, a more recent event is the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA. That particular funding, which is slated to end in 2026. So with that fund, because it's ending, any recurring budgets, for example, the Fiscal Recovery Fund Office would be faced with possible closure. And the FRF office has quite a number of staff now who become regular and permanent employees. So when the funding is ended, then consideration of the Navajo government will be what to do with that. To keep it, maintain it, or whatever. So that's the comment there. Navajo government would have to address this reduction and the personnel situation. Now, to me and some of my staff, as we talked about this, it's not clear exactly what the Appropriation Act requires in this particular report. And what I would want to do now is consult with the Controller's Office and Department of Justice on this, so we can pinpoint what the report could entail, depending on what the purpose of it is. And in general, it would be my understanding that any unusual expenditure or expense increases may have to be adjusted or would have to be considered by leadership. It is the primary purpose for it. But as I say, in my experience now with OMB, we've never done this report. And up to fiscal year 23, and it wasn't even questioned. Because I think in general, everybody understood that we live within our revenue projections. And that was the cap, the ceiling, the control. So that's sort of like a description of the subject matter. And as I say, if the committee, however, wants to see a more definitive report, like I mentioned, some areas that we would be looking at, but I don't provide any numbers at this point. For example, the GWA that I mentioned, I use an average of about 3%. So for fiscal year 23, from 22 to 23, that would roughly be about 3.5 million, as I recall. So if you think about that, the general fund budget for personnel, just for the personnel we have at the moment, that's the cost, the price tag of it. So when we make the allocations to the branches and then to the divisions, they have to absorb that the best way they can. Typically, they're gonna, as an example, reduce in other areas. For example, some of their operating budgets, if the focus is to maintain personnel, or vacancies, eliminate vacancies, particularly those that have been vacant for a tremendous long time. It's like you don't need it, would be the thought. So, Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee, that's the report. The way your agenda reads, it says written report. So I put it in writing.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Shadow Delegate Amber Vanessa.
Thank you, Shadeja. Thank you, Mr. Vial, for the written report. I appreciate that you're gonna follow up with Controller's Office and DOJ in terms of this language in the Appropriation Act. Where I see that there's value now, 23 years later, is we have a projected revenue decline we anticipate. So we have NGS, that decline in revenue, and what happens at Fort Corner Power Plant. So what I'd be looking at is, we talk about it as legislatures. We do have the permanent trust fund that is there to be utilized to supplement the government. But I think what I'm looking at, let me know if you have the capacity. We were talking about a consultant earlier, and maybe this is what we would need, is a consultant to give us a projection of what our anticipated expense will be in the future versus our anticipated revenue. Although our budgets do not allow us to over budget, what we're looking at is what would be the budget to the future, and that would help with the conversation with the 2-year budget. If we're going to move on to those 2-year budgets, then we would have to do some projection in the future to make sure we have adequate funding. And I appreciate that you brought up the vacancies. That might be an area that we look at as every year it'll come into that personnel savings fund, and that is a large amount of our budget. And so maybe there's opportunity there to look at how we budget vacancies. In the past, the council would modify and maybe just fund, like 6 months. But if we're looking at fringe benefits, anywhere from 42 to 52, that's a large amount of funding, especially if majority of our general funds go towards personnel. So I think if we could look at, I think we should have this long-term expense projection, but I also think it could be a consultant or someone to help us understand. And I think that's what I'm looking for. So I appreciate the report, and I'm not sure why it's in the Appropriation Act, but I think now in moving forward it would be helpful to know what we at least foresee. I do see that in like our budget investments. Is it the budget investment? Maybe it's the BIM. I know that there's somewhere that shows what's this anticipated, is it revenue projection where we say, there's somewhere where it lets us know what funding may come in and what funding we may have and then actual. So, how do you see that? You know what I mean?
Yeah, somewhere,
Budget projections.
Budget projections.
Okay.
So it's somewhere. I have COVID brain, so sometimes I remember things and I'm like, but where? So that's why I'm asking for AI. That's why I'm asking for AI, because the robot, I just want to ask where are those projections, and then it shows me. Thank you, Mr. Bial, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Shada, Delegate Member Jasmine. We're going to turn this time over to Vice Chair Slater before we go back. Mr. Bial, Vice Chair.
So, I understand what you're saying about how you calculate a projected expense when the majority of what we're allocating to the annual budget is decided each year, but it's not necessarily mandatory spending. I think that that's a differentiation between the nation and, say, like a state or federal government, where you have a combination of entitlement programs and other types of mandatory spending. Right now, IHS budget is mandatory, so you could project out based off the last level and maybe make an assumption on what an increase might be from Congress. I think you still have a 23-year obligation to complete this, and so my ask is that you request from your oversight from council, what do you want out of this? And maybe we can provide some more guidance to you, and we roll it into this year's budget. And we have an amendment to the Appropriations Act and further define what the long-term expense projection is. I do think there's a way to make an assumption that we're going to spend at a certain level, and you could talk about ratios, which you bring up here, 75% of this allocation annually. And then calculate in the GWA, whatever that trend line is for the last few years. Yeah, I just want to push back and say, I think there is a way to find some sort of expense. You could, you know, make a series of assumptions and explain what you think is there, but I do understand what you're saying about us allocating every year, and so therefore, how do you just speculate on what it's going to be? So, I think the revenue and the income is much more important than us figuring out the expenses. So that's just on our annual allocations. If we read this, it says the annual long-term expense projection, which includes all projected expenditures for the next 3 fiscal years, blah, 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 or to outside non-nomination government entities. So, to me, that's still general enough to include all of our external funds. And we generally have an idea of how much we're gonna get, a ballpark. And we could also look at how much is expensed over the past, say, 5 years, and make an assumption going forward. So even if we're not calculating our expenses every year under general funds, we could try and build a model to understand what we're expending under external funds. And I think that could be something that you could immediately do instead of waiting for an annual budget to look at this sort of long-term expense or expenditure report, expense projection. So those are 2 main things. I understand, but on the other hand, I think there's still some data that we could use to build in a projection that we would understand but not be final. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. Mr. Vial?
Committee members, first responding to the remarks by Delegate Crotty, where she's mentioning the idea that we could potentially retain a consultant to help in this sort of work. Not only this work, but there's a lot of other areas where our government can use help. And I know you're aware of this, but I'll just say it again because it makes the point. Our office, just like the group before me, we're only operating like at 55% of staffing. And just recently, in the last couple of weeks, we had an addition, but that's another one is transferring. So they just nullified each other, essentially. And we're just having the darndest time getting any applications and referrals and so forth. And we do have some money to do it. So maybe we can move on that. I think similarly, now that you say that, Delegate Crotty, the new administration in office across the street, they've been interested, obviously, in these various budget matters as well. And I think they would be therefore supportive of a similar effort to get some more professional expertise from the outside to help us in some of these activities. And as I say, I don't think funding would be a problem. We could probably do that. So if yourself and obviously the committee is generally in support of that, then I think it can be done, and it would be a benefit to all of us as leadership and administrators. Secondly, to Delegate Slater, I like his comment where the Appropriations Act could perhaps be better worded by amendment to define, it's, except in general terms, you know, what would be expected in such a plan. Or it could even be like this. You would just say that the respective offices, OMB, OOC, DOJ, let's say, and the branch chiefs can administratively define the scope of such, you know, instrument or tool. See, that way it doesn't become mandatory in the code. It doesn't necessarily have to be in the code. It can be done administratively, but it would just authorize that activity. And I agree that it can be done, and now as is being commented about, perhaps we all should start to do this and start to look further down the road as to what the situation might be financially, expenditure-wise, certain expenses going up and so forth. Quite frankly, in my write-up here, for example, I used the personnel. Personnel is our biggest cost in our budget, probably 70% or so. So whatever increases are there, we always have to contend with it the following year. And that's where the personnel lapse came from, is one way to deal with it. And it is being used for that purpose, but again, as the committee members know, it is also ends up being used for other purposes, non-personnel, which requires a waiver and would make some people out there, you know, looking at this activity, questioning whether the government is, you know, properly doing this when things like that occur. So as I say, since there appears to be interest in at least starting this, that I can get with the Controller's Office and DOJ, and we can do an outline of, at least to start it, and what would be in the first report for the upcoming budget process. And maybe with some consultant help in the next several months, you know, it would get better and better and of more use and meaning. Committee members, that's my response at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Vidal. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, do we have any other further questions or comments? I hear none. So, thank you, Mr. Vidal, for your time. The reason why this was a part of today's agenda was because when reading the Appropriations Act, just as you pointed out, this is a part of the Office of Management and Budget, according to what the Procurement Act states. So I guess the committee just wanted an update, but as you stated, this is something that's never been done before, but including some of the comments today, we look forward to continuing to work with you in the Office of the President and Vice President. Colleagues, do we have any further comments or questions from Mr. Vial? I hear none. Thank you, Mr. Vial.
Thank you.
Do we have to? Written report, Mr. Vial, thank you. Close of session. Okay, so that puts us at number 5, close of session. Written announcements. We don't have written announcements, but I'd like to make an announcement about May 5th. The Budget and Finance Committee had a work session planned for May 5th. We are going to reschedule the work session for May 5th. And that will be on Tuesday's agenda. On Tuesday, May 9th, we have a regular Budget and Finance Committee meeting, and that is a very big agenda. So that's my only announcement. Colleagues, do you have any other announcements at this time?
Thank you, Mrs. Beal.
Thank you, Ms. Buell.
My birthday.
Oh, there's a, next week, oh, I'm gonna try.
How many birthdays do you have? Are you like Alice in Wonderland, your own birthday? We'll have a tea party for you.
It's over. My grandmother.
Oh, come on, that's on purpose, we all know that's on purpose.
I was listening.
Yeah, so you do, like, oh, it's over now.
It's over. I can come over and.
Well, actually, let's not finish that, because Mr. Bial is saying that he needs authority to make an administrative determination on what the long-term expense projection is, and I believe he possesses that authority,
Do you have any MSIW?
and he doesn't need any additional authorizations.
Oh, yeah.
I just wanna see what he comes up with.
I don't understand why he wouldn't have authorization. The Appropriation Act says the Office of Management and Budget shall prepare an annual long-term expense projection, which includes, and then goes on. So, seems to me that's pretty clear authorization.
It just doesn't really explain what's in it, you know, revenue is pretty simple,
Like you want to know what should be in that projection, like what should be in that report?
but, no, I'm saying you should just make assumptions and do it, and we'll see what it is.
Based on the history, based on the trends in the past.
Sandwiches will do it, no, because you could do general fund appropriations over here, external fund appropriations over here, or expenses over here. On the external side, it's not necessarily constricted by how much revenue we have coming in, it's constricted by what we have and what the final, the ending date is for the grant. I mean, say the last 4 years, we've spent this much out of, you know, this type of grant, and the last 4 years, we spent this much funding out of this type of grant, so we're gonna project out over the next 3 years. But then maybe we also know that there's gonna be some big drawdowns on them, because maybe we were holding on to a bunch of TANF dollars because we were redesigning the system and we put a pause on that. That could be a ton of money, right? Or you could say, federal highway dollars are all gonna be expended in the next 18 months, and we're gonna have a huge drawdown there. Or we're gonna start paying a bunch of debt service to something else, which would be a form of like mandatory spending. So I just think there are ways to build something, and I think you can get creative, but if you want to use a consultant, then I support that as well.
Oh, Ms. Belbrook?
As I look through this, it does seem, and knowing OMB's staffing levels, and also, I'm gonna figure in my accounting background, this is a pretty big bundle of work. To do that, definitely I would think a consultant would be absolutely worthwhile, at least for the first time, because they are to do this every year. Bring in a consultant, the consultant helps you with this year, but they also set up a structure. Most probably it's some type of software that needs to be purchased, etc. So that next year, so that it just becomes more automatic. The first year will be the worst, or the most time consuming. A consultant, I would think would just be vital in the efforts to get it done in any meaningful time.
We were gonna hire Delegate Slater as our consultant, but that might be a conflict.
I'll resign.
I don't know if your contract will ever get paid, but we'll help out.
I'll do all spare.
And also, if you do hire him, get something so that he doesn't actually have to write anything out by hand.
Oh, okay.
I was just reviewing legislation requests, and I was like, what?
I was wondering if they were ever gonna get to those.
That's why I just do Google.
Right.
write this out.
Hi, Dana.
Look, when you have an idea, you gotta write it down, but. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Dana. Thank you, Kristen.
Oh, can I ask a question? So how, the 3 branch chief has always ruffled my feathers, right?
Ruffle?
Yes.
Let's ruffle it.
What? Did I say it wrong? No. Because the 3 branch chiefs, they're not the appropriators, we are. And so, and they can make recommendations, but it's like what they want to do. And so I think like, we've always had issues like with the elder program not being fully funded. We had to change law for chapter officials to get fully funded. Then there was like grazing officials. And so that's why I think just a 3 branch, in the history of it, has always left out things. And it kind of like ties in money, which I think is a challenge because you have the Chief Justice there. And the Chief Justice, you don't know what cases will ever get from the Supreme Court on appeal. So there could be a way where judicial branch where, I don't know if those negotiations are just to make sure like we don't over budget or people know what money they have. But I'm looking at this UUFB legislation, obviously something went wrong last budget if we're gonna be requesting all of this money. And that's what I'm looking at, it's like we have funding, but it's somehow wasn't allocated, because I'm sure there's other programs that were over allocated. And the other area was, you know, in terms of chapters, and I'm just really, if anything, I'm concerned about the adult tech budget. And if we could just figure out, like I wanted to do like a set aside, if we could just figure out how we could get that money up front. And then if there's other like critical programs, so that we can have that conversation and how much of this budget changes, because it's a lengthy process. It takes a lot of time and coordination, it's important, but if we're just passing, like let's say the last 10 years, one program budget has never changed, I don't see why we have to like drag them throughout the whole budget process. There's programs where we have concerns about, like if we could just start identifying them and then working with the programs and then saying, okay, this is what your budget will look like, or we're gonna be monitoring you, we're gonna bring you back. Because Head Start is one for sure, and you can look at the audit findings, like Head Start is one for sure, and it sounds like they're doing better. We could ask the controller, like from the audit report, what are other programs, like what are the 5 programs that would need some additional support? Because the veterans program, I kid you not, so at least the last 8 years when they come before to budget, their budget is a mess. It doesn't matter what director's in there. That budget, they need help, and so working with the oversight is how then do we get them ready for this year's budget? And we know now with the Veterans Trust Fund, did we get a follow-up report? Was that ever addressed from the meeting at the chambers? Because did they agree how they're going to interpret that fund? And so that's going to be a discussion we should figure out by the end of this month before we get into, because when do the 3 branch chiefs meet? When is that?
I can answer better.
Yeah, the editors you can talk to, I'll start on the 3 branch.
Controller Slater, do you want to?
French dip, Carl, I think that's better.
SAR.
Yeah, SAR Carl, there we go. No, but.
I will say no more, sorry. Just blowing it up.
Can you get back
You're
to
not gonna be able to
that?
fit out the door.
Thursday, 3 p.m.
I submitted what had been worked out between the program and DOJ from last year to reduce or remove the duplicate language. Remove that duplicate language where we ended up reinvesting more than we were taking out. And so that's why there was the dramatic reduction. When that came to OLC, after the 164 review, an attorney there said, I don't agree with this, and that's what it stands right now.
We have a copy.
Yeah, I can show you what she said, but I don't want,
Okay.
that's attorney-client privilege.
Okay, I'll follow up on that. One of the, if I might,
We'll see you.
Oh, yes, Ms. Barbara.
one of the
Oh,
issues.
hold on, Ms. Barbara may not know, SARS Slater had asked us to be very informal, so you don't, we're informal.
Okay.
And I apologize.
I was just with that person.
We're on announcements.
Okay.
That was like a word
So
I'm sorry, Delegate Slater.
I don't have to do my curtsy before I speak. So from Office of Legislative Counsel's view, one of the things that every program, when they go in front of their committee, every program will include an unmet needs budget, okay? That's every program.
If they're told to, not necessarily.
Well, okay, 90% of the programs do it whether they're told to or not. They present that to the committees. The committees, thus, of course, look at them and try to get everything added under whatever didn't get funded, find some way to fund it in the program. And if you look historically back, most of the time that the president line item vetoes anything in the budget, it has to do with those unmet needs requests. Some of them, he'll start taking them out. I think vital is a conversation on what are the priorities on the unmet needs and getting some info from the president's office. I mean, I would make the rule that no unmet needs were submitted individually by programs, that it was actually the head of the executive branch for executive programs, the head of the judicial branch, etc. They put together the unmet needs. But just the thought that's been so, there's a lot of time on unmet needs. Maybe the unmet needs should come out of the three-branch chiefs meeting. And that's what to list them out.
I think Speaker Damon had a comment.
No, I just have an announcement.
Oh, we're still on announcements.
Well, we're still on discussion, so you can wait, Speaker.
The other thing is, and it goes back to Delegate Crotty's comment about the three-branch chiefs meeting and how that you can delay the budget process. If they're not meeting, then everything just starts going back. The three-branch chiefs meeting, as Delegate Crotty said, it's a recommendation. Okay, from the three-branch chiefs. It's a recommendation. Could B and F proceed without that recommendation? Yes, they absolutely could. What that true recommendation is, the basis of it, is how are you going to split the projected revenues between the branches? That is the major thing that they are discussing and should come up with a determination. But it's not, but that same step is nothing that BNF couldn't do itself. And the interesting thing is those breakdowns between the three branches, they don't change very much percentage-wise.
They don't.
It's almost the same percentage. Go back 10 years and legislative branch is getting about the same percentage as they did 10 years ago. Actually, I think if you go back and you look, you're gonna see legislative branch gets less by a couple, maybe a percentage or so, because judicial's raised, it doesn't look like executives ever declines.
I'll say something. I agree with Dana on the recommendation portion. I remember back in 2018, for the very first time, that recommendation wasn't accepted. I think that what we gave probably to be all migraine after that. Then the Budget Finance Committee didn't accept that recommendation. I think that was the only year that they didn't accept that recommendation, back in 2018. And then that was appropriating more dollars, taking more funding away from the executive branch and using criteria for judicial branch. I think that was the only time I remember, back in 2018.
You were still chair?
Yeah. Remember rates
My bad. No, that's a sign.
Any further questions? If not, we'll continue with announcements.
Oh, just next Thursday, if no one has anything to do, I know we all got things to do, but I know we have a non-PTA committee, but the Navajo Nation Retirement Office is hosting the Navajo Nation Retirement Luncheon for all the Navajo Nation employees who are retiring this year. I do believe that there's going to be roughly around a little less than 100 retirees, so that's going to be held at Twin Arrows. It's going to be on Thursday, starts at 9 a.m. That's the only thing I have right now.
I have mine now. Okay, tomorrow is Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, National Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women's Awareness Day. So at 8 o'clock, working with the Office of the Speaker and 25th Navajo Nation Council, we're asking to wear red in support of the awareness and prevention. From 9 to 11, we'll be having workshops at the new Department of Behavioral Health offices. That's right, is that next to Quality Inn, like those new, it's a really nice building, that one. We went there for the open house, and at 3 o'clock, the Office of President and Vice President are hosting a walk at Fort Defiance. It starts at Fort Defiance Fieldhouse. This is in honor of Laverta Sorrell. She was last seen dropped off there at the middle school, and so they'll be walking in to the Veterans Memorial Park, and so we'll have a candlelight vigil at 6 o'clock, and a list of officers providing special guest speakers and information booths. And the council is invited next week for Tuesday, the 9th, and Wednesday, the 10th, at Twin Arrows. The Federal Not Invisible Act Commission will be there, and we'll be hearing testimony from not only Navajo Nation public safety, victim advocates, Arizona Senator Hutchley. I know that First Lady Blackwater Nightgren wants to provide testimony, and this will be the challenges that we have with our missing relatives. So there's some pretty high profile cases in your districts, and so please let me know if you need any additional information as we move forward with the next 2 weeks on amplifying. I think currently the FBI does provide a monthly update of how many missing Navajos we have, and it fluctuates, but at the highest I think was about 65. So there are a number of relatives who go missing, and we are working with our Arizona state partners on the treatment centers, and that could be something that we would need to have a discussion on, because we are hearing more reports in all of our communities where they're recruiting, and we just recently had a death, I believe last week, from the treatment centers, and so it's really putting our people in a predicament. So thank you, committee members. That's my announcement.
Thank you. Lee?
Yeah, I'll go first.
Go ahead, we just have a question, man.
It's got a question now, Amber. The step that, when I went to that missing in Albuquerque, the step they had told me to do was tell them that report it to Navajo Nation, right?
Yeah.
But people are saying that it doesn't go nowhere.
Right.
So why do we have to, why can't we just go to the BIA, regional office, I guess, right off the bat? And then they could work a little bit faster, because we don't see any cops around Coachella or Alamo, you know? So, people are saying that they can't, why do you tell Navajo cops this, it's not going nowhere? So, I don't know who's in charge of this, how they're supposed to, if they can just even have it on the computer, I think we can just let them know that, you know, shoot it to the email or something. It'll be a lot faster than, because our Navajo cops ain't doing nothing. And I know it goes to the BIA after that. I think they give so many days and then it goes to BIA and then from there it goes to the federal FBI. By the time they do all this process, it's 3 months or 3 years, you know? So I don't know where we're gonna go with, you know.
Thank you, and I appreciate you, Delegate Begay, for attending that session. So that is the chronic issue, is when a report is made, how is the police department accountable? So that could be something that we work with the oversight or the council. We do have a missing and murdered Ginebra, which is task force, so all of these questions and concerns can be sent over to the task force. So we do have Chief New, and last year they developed the missing and murdered unit. They do have an MMIP coordinator, but families are still, you know, it's still the challenge of jurisdiction and accountability. So Navajo Nation, we can make the recommendation that they publicly announce how these cases are moving through. And BIA does have a missing and murdered unit based out of Albuquerque. So if community members want that opportunity to directly file their cases with BIA, we could make that recommendation. So that could be through like chapter resolution, and then we could support that. So areas that are closer, let's say to Albuquerque to get service, then we have an agreement that BIA will take over those cases. BIA is saying they need to hear that from Navajo Nation. And that's a frustrating part, is sometimes Navajo Nations will not provide this information, or they'll retain a case when they don't have necessarily the capability to provide those services.
So how do they keep, I mean, if an individual reports something, how do they know how far it has gone? You know, tracking it, you know, just like, you report something today, in 2 weeks now, where is it at? Where has it gone? You know what I'm saying?
So that's why we have advocates now. So we don't work, there's nobody on Navajo who could tell us where it's at. So we work with advocates, and then they follow up with all the cases.
Seems like when they report something, well, one of the community members told me that they've gotten nowhere.
Maybe they need an advocate. Ask them
And
if they
even
want
if
an
they go
advocate.
straight over to the FBI and report it, you know, they push them back.
Yeah.
They'll start way over there at the end again, you know, then when we get over here, we'll get the report from, the, BIA regional or whatever, 638, you know. And that's where there's some gaps missing there, you know, that just doesn't go nowhere. Very also.
Yeah, but it's not gonna change anything, so I'm right now.
All right, does anybody else have any announcements?
What speaker?
Did it.
Were you, what were you?
Oh, I was in the bathroom.
You missed all of it.
Oh, well, that, no. But the other thing is, even when you do kind of know where it is, you don't always get the answer you want, right? Because they're only willing to share a certain amount of information in a lot of these circumstances, because they believe they're going to compromise the integrity of the investigation, because they believe someone will receive this and then change their behavior or change something. And so, we need to have some understanding of what the maximum amount of information is that can come out.
Right.
So that people know, okay, well, this is the protocol, and it's to actually protect the integrity of the investigation. It's not that someone's not doing their job. But then when you have no idea what's going on, you think no one's doing their job. And it just kind of becomes a vicious cycle. But one of the things that I observed the most is just a lack of reports even coming from the police, just out of the police department, right? And it's just any type of crime.
Yeah.
And so they retain these reports, they don't end up with prosecutors
Right.
who, you could have someone who's picked up on an unrelated or a similar type of incident, say it's break-ins or something, but the prosecutor doesn't have from the police department, say 3 or 4 other reports from break-ins or from assaults or alleged assaults or whatever. And so then they just turn the person out. And we gotta use all the tools that we have at our disposal in addition to looking at other things. But that's, in my experience in my district and observing elsewhere. And then if you talk off the record with some of the federal people, well, I shouldn't say that,
But see, all they have to do is, let the people know, hey, it's right here in the file. You know, they're working on it. That's all they need to tell them. That's all they people want, you know. They're doing something about it. You know, that's the negative feedback that people are getting, I guess, you know. Just let them know that, you know, the case is there, it's in file here, they're working on it, you know. That's all they need to, some kind of positive, answer to them, you know. At least they'll know what, something's being done, you know.
that could be a condition on appropriation. Like if you think about going into this budget cycle, those sorts of changes you want to see, we as a committee can make sure that they're included on the it's a minimum general fund amount that goes to public safety and the police department. But that's where we can try and enforce that and say, you know, within the next number of days, unless there's a special dispensation, this has to be referred to the prosecutor or to the relevant federal authority. And then you have to provide a justification on why it's not, if it isn't sent there. Like, okay, well, we think it doesn't meet this definition, it doesn't meet this this threshold, or they've told us, you know, can you hold off and try and do some investigations of this band of crimes internally with our CIs or something, you know, something like that.
Is there no more announcements?
Motion to adjourn.
We're gonna adjourn at 2:39. Thank you all for being a part of our work session today.
So there's nothing tomorrow, right?
We are not going to meet tomorrow. We're gonna reschedule tomorrow's work session.
And they still haven't sent it. Wait, did she